Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are coming on the air to cover the SpaceX launch, Starship launch, flight test date, but we're on the air a little early. Why are we on the air a little early? Because in 10 minutes, we're going to have live coverage of the press conference of the about the moon landing that we covered this morning. A bunch of you were with me this morning as we watched the moon landing, the attempted moon landing of the Intuitive Machines lunar lander, which was backed by NASA. Well, when we last left, when NASA ended their live stream, they said that the lunar lander had landed on the surface, but it wasn't clear what had actually happened to it. Seemed like something was going wrong with the lunar lander. Well, we're going to get the press conference in 10 minutes, and we're going to bring you live coverage of the press conference. Actually, I'm going to put maybe it on the screen right now. I'm just going to say it. So again, maybe I'll just do this. Coming up, SpaceX launch and moon landing press conference. So we're going to cover both. The press conference will be first. All right, so that's very shortly when that will be on. And as soon as I have video from there, I will bring it to you. I don't have video of that yet. I don't know that we're going to have time to play it. I'm going to also have some video of President Trump speaking in the Oval Office about executive orders and answering some questions. Maybe we'll play a little of it between the press conference and the SpaceX launch. I don't know. I got to see how things are looking time-wise. But anyways, I appreciate you guys being with us. Again, the moon landing press conference is coming up in just about 7 minutes. Hey, thanks to our moderators. We have Ruth Krafasi moderating on YouTube. Beth Mythical, thank you. Really appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X. And over on Twitch, we have Matthew Kohai 3 Hearsay, McBritches, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Thanks to everybody for watching, too. Thanks for tuning in. And yes, the SpaceX Starship launch will be, if it launches, it'll be between 6:30 Eastern and 7:30 Eastern because it's an hour's launch window. Also, we will have the live SpaceX coverage video for you. And they normally start that, I think, about 40 minutes before liftoff, before expected liftoff. So we'll have that for you as well. Thanks to Charlotte Webb and Margaret Riley for moderating too. Thank you. All right, so again, I'm keeping my eye out because in about 5 minutes, we will have the moon landing press conference, and we should find out more about what happened to the Intuitive Machines moon lander. So remember, Intuitive Machines is a private company. They're one of the private companies that NASA has hired to fly landers to the moon and conduct experiments and help develop test technology out in preparation for astronauts. American astronauts being sent to the moon and Mars. Intuitive Machines last year sent a lander up, and it landed, but it fell on its side when it was landing. And this year, they just sent one up today, and it landed, but stuff seemed to be not... It seemed like stuff might have been going wrong. They couldn't tell when we were watching how it was oriented, whether it was even upright. And that's where they kind of left it when they cut their stream off. But they said they were going to have an update at this press conference. There was another moon lander from a different American company that landed on Sunday, and that landed successfully. Okay, so we're just waiting here about maybe 4 minutes until that press conference is supposed to start. I don't see it yet. This is the NASA and Intuitive Machines press conference. And then after that, we'll transition over to SpaceX coverage. Yeah, NASA is not even, their live stream, they're going live at 4 p.m. Ruth thinks this one will be good. We'll see. We'll see what they say. We'll see what they say. Give me a moment here. Oops, we're not live on X yet. I just made us live on X. I thought we were, but we're not. We should be now. Should be good to go. Are we live everywhere else? Yes. Okay. The SpaceX flight is an unmanned test flight today. But they are going to try to catch the booster, as they've done before, I think twice before. We'll talk more about the SpaceX flight after the press conference. Hey, thanks, PZ Papa Zulu. So nice of you. Thank you, PZ Papa Zulu, for the gift memberships. So kind of you. Please thank PZ Papa Zulu if you got a membership from PZ Papa Zulu. Hey, Carlos Rosa, that's super nice of you. Thanks so much, Carlos Rosa, for all your support of the channel as well. Thank you, Carlos. Thanks, PZ Papa Zulu and Carlos. So nice of both of you. All right, waiting. It is 3:57. This moon landing press conference where NASA and Intuitive Machines will reveal what happened to the moon lander. What happened to it? Because it was on the surface, but we don't know what happened to it. Hey, thanks. Why is my name here for being a member on YouTube? Thank you. Give me one moment here. Any moment now, we should have this press conference. What is this? Just checking something here. Oh, okay. That's good. All right, they're just getting, it says live event starts soon. I have my eye on it. As soon as I have the video from the press conference, I'm going to put it on the screen, but there's no video to have yet. I hope Reuters is on the ball. All right, we're just about at 4 p.m. Any moment now, we will have live coverage of the moon landing press conference about the Intuitive Machines lunar lander backed by NASA that several hours ago attempted to land on the moon, and it made it to the surface, but it was not clear what actually happened to it and whether it was upright or not. And it certainly seemed like maybe they had some issue landing. But we don't have the press conference yet. Thanks again for being here. Big Ball of Yarn says, I hope we find out more. I'm sure we will. Hold on a second. Let me just go to... All right, hang on. I'm getting it on the screen for you. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. I'm getting it on the screen for you. I'm getting it on the screen for you. Hang on a second. Hang on. I think I have it here.
Optimus, Chief Executive Officer with Intuitive Machines. Dr. Nicola Fox, Associate Administrator for NASA's Science Mission Directorate. Clayton Turner, Associate Administrator for NASA's Space Technology Mission Directorate. And Dr. Tim Crane, Chief Growth Officer with Intuitive Machines. After brief opening comments from each of our speakers, we will take questions. You can either enter *1 on your phone to be entered into the question queue at any time. Your phones are on mute now, but when the operator will open your mic when we're ready, and we'll close your mic after your question. We ask that you please stick to one question and identify to whom you'd like to direct your question. Shortly after we conclude, you can listen to a replay of this news briefing online. First up, we'll hear from Steve Optimus. Steve?
Thank you, Nilüfer. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Any time that you ship a spacecraft to Florida for flight and end up a week later operating on the moon, I declare that a success. I will say that we shipped out. We had a great processing down with SpaceX at the PPF, or Payload Processing Facility, with them. We went through wet dress rehearsal and launched on February 26th. Like they indicated, we had a 7-day mission transit to the surface. Now, we think that we've been very successful to this point. However, I do have to tell you that we don't believe we're in the correct attitude on the surface of the moon yet again. I don't have all the data yet to say exactly what the attitude of the vehicle is. We're collecting photos now and downlinking those. And we're going to get a picture from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter camera from above, from orbit, and we'll confirm that over the coming days as we get that data down. I can say, though, that we are charging on the surface. We have commanding, uplink, and downlink from the vehicle to our ground network on the ground in 8 dishes in 6 different countries. So we are communicating. We can command payloads on and off. We can send commands to the vehicle. And we have powered down and done some power conservation steps as prudent measures to see how long and what objectives we can accomplish in the mission going forward. When we get that full assessment, and we're going to get a picture from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter camera from above, from orbit, and we'll confirm that over the coming days as we get that data down. I can say, though, that we are charging on the surface. We have commanding, uplink, and downlink from the vehicle to our ground network on the ground in 8 dishes in 6 different countries. So we are communicating. We can command payloads on and off. We can send commands to the vehicle. And we have powered down and done some power conservation steps as prudent measures to see how long and what objectives we can accomplish in the mission going forward. When we get that full assessment, we will then work closely with NASA, science and technology groups to identify science objectives that are of the highest priority. And then we'll figure out what the mission profile will look. It will be off nominal because we're not getting everything that we had asked for in terms of power generation, communications, et cetera. However, if you think about it, we flew our liquid oxygen, liquid methane propulsion system that we make in-house. We fired that 6 times during the mission and burned for a total of over 23 minutes. The last burn you saw today was 15 minutes long for powered descent. Each one of those burns, the team executed flawlessly, and the last 3 burns were done totally autonomously with single commands sent to the vehicle with hours ahead of time, in which we actually, the vehicle performed the last burn behind the backside of the moon. So incredible autonomy demonstrated by the propulsion system and the mission ops team. I would say our navigation profile, our algorithms, the 4 algorithms we use in order to determine crater recognition, or our optical crater recognition techniques that we use, performed great. It's really new technology that we've invented in-house to create this kind of precision navigation. We did have some challenges with measurements coming out of our laser rangefinders. Those are sticky little things like we had from the last mission, which we'll go dive into and understand why those measurements were so noisy. Tim might be able to talk about that a little bit better. But we traveled over 1 million kilometers out to the moon. We did 39 orbits around the moon in the past 72 hours. That's essentially operating a data relay satellite in orbit with our own ground station network. So the ground system worked seamlessly with orbit determination, precision. You recall from the first flight that we had some trouble with orbit determination and getting a pinpoint accuracy of where we were in space as we got closer to the moon. We ended up getting confirming measurements from many dishes around the world. And so orbit determination, we can put anything in orbit with precision using our ground network now. So we've made considerable strides since mission 1. And the team is like our white flight, Gene Krantz, came and visited us this weekend and told us he was impressed with our professionalism and competence. And so I can't say enough about the team and how they executed and carried themselves. And like always, they worked through any technical challenges we went, and we'll just have to do the reconstruction and figure out exactly what the attitude is in the location, and then we'll get on with the rest of the mission as we can. Thanks, Nolfo. That's it. Nikki?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we can all agree, particularly today, that landing on the moon is extremely hard. And Intuitive Machines 2 was aiming to land in a place that humanity has not been to before. And while, as Steve said, we don't know the exact location of the lander, we do know that it is returning data, and we look forward to actually being able to work with Intuitive Machines on a plan to return as much science data and technology data as we can during its stay on the moon. We knew going into this mission, as we do for all of our clips, that these are very high risk, high reward, and that the risk will always be there since these are experimental missions. And it's kind of a new thing for us as NASA takes sort of an unprecedented step back. We let the U.S. commercial providers take the lead from start to finish on the missions, and we think of ourselves more as a customer on these missions. Our goal is to set American companies up to establish a lunar economy on the surface. And that means that even if it doesn't land perfectly, we always learn lessons that we can provide and use in the future. And at NASA, we're all not just about lessons learned, we're always about lessons applied. NASA's Commercial Lunar Service Initiative, or CLPS, is basically a one-stop, all-inclusive delivery service to the moon, where NASA is just one of many customers that are along for the ride. And American companies are always at the forefront of the innovation and discovery. The CLPS vendor is responsible for payload integration and operations, launching from Earth and landing on the surface of the moon. And I can absolutely say that Intuitive Machines did all of those things for us. And now we have 2 Texas-based landers on the moon, and that's a very exciting place, I think, for us to be. NASA Science is excited to partner with our Space Technology Mission Directorate counterparts to bring back both scientific and technology data in ways that we've never done before, using this cutting-edge technology that has now been delivered to the moon with Athena. We know we landed about 5 degrees from the moon's south pole on a lunar plateau called Mons Mouton. It's about the size of Delaware and about as tall as Mount McKinley. It is a very scientifically strategic location, and we're hoping that we will get some exciting data just because of its sort of origin story. It's 20,000 feet higher than any of the neighboring features around the lunar south pole, and it's believed to be untouched by any lunar impacts for billions of years. And we worked closely with our colleagues in STMD, or the Science Technology Mission Directorate, to actually sort of zero in on this location because because it really does provide opportunities for high-value, high-priority investigations and explorations informed by its unique characteristics. It does have a very large ring of craters that lie around its base, and they have those cliff-like edges that descend into areas of permanent darkness. So we're excited to see what science and what technology we can do. As Steve noted, we already have some data. We took data. We did health checks on the instruments on their way out to the moon, and so we've already kind of increased the technology readiness level of some of these technology demonstrations by actually having them work in this environment. And so that's exciting even before we get to the landing. So you are going to hear a lot more in depth from Clayton about the technology that we were really excited to have on there. As always, our goal is to look at what resources actually exist on the moon so that we can get ready to have our sustained human presence and then prepare to send our astronauts onto Mars. We always think of the moon lighting our way to Mars. So I'm really proud of this team, the Intuitive Machines team. I'm always really proud of my CLIPS team and of all the people, all the experimenters that trusted us with their amazing technology. I'm really, really proud that American companies continue to be at the forefront of innovation and development as we move forward to create this lunar economy. So congratulations to Intuitive Machines for putting a second commercial lander on the moon, and congratulations to our NASA teams as well. Over to you, Clayton.
Thank you, Nikki. So I want to start also by thanking Steve, Tim, and Intuitive Machines. Days like today are why we do innovation and discovery. They make those things possible. Thanks to their work and their courage and commitment to what we're doing here, we will be able to live and work on the lunar surface with humans. We will be able to land humans on Mars. That work has to start with days like today. And as Nikki said, we're going to learn every time we go. Each payload we carry, each bit of data we get back, we continue to work with them. We also are very pleased to be able to work with the aerospace community in general, because it's going to be all of us that are going to figure out how do we do that living and working on the lunar surface. It's been a really great opportunity to work through the CLIPS programs, and we want to continue to be able to do that. I also want to thank STMD for leading technology development for the agency. This is a key part of what we do. Not only do we have scientific discovery, but the technologies. And we have those opportunities where we learn things that go beyond the technology's initial intent. And so that's part of what we do driving forward. So I want to make sure that that you're aware of that and we track all those things going forward. So as we go forward, we continue to work with U.S. industry. We continue to work with those partners and the contributions from our partners, because they're demonstrating the value of not only demonstrating technologies in space, but also opening up that economic driver for living and working on a lunar surface. That'll be a key thing. So when we get back to that point, and I'll use aviation as an example, there was a time back in the day when only the government and those crazy daredevils mess with those flying machines. Now none of us give a second thought to hopping on an airplane. We don't build airplanes, we don't run airlines, but we are a customer and user of those. That's how you can imagine space going forward. But somebody has to do the heavy lifting and learning. So with that, Tim.
Thanks, Clayton. Mm-hmm. They always point to the old offensive lineman about heavy lifting. That's kind of the way it works sometimes. I'd like to paint a little bit of a picture going back to Valentine's Day of last year when we launched Odysseus, Odie. And every day that we went in on that mission, it seemed like that vehicle was just trying to escape our grasp. And we had to put out brush fires and understand how the systems we'd built were really working in space. And so every day was a challenge on that mission. And then finally, we ended up on the surface and successfully communicating and operated for many, many days. After the mission, the team got together and we made a list of all the things we'd learned. What do we need to change for the next mission? And we had 65 items. 10 were critical. The others were, well, if we can get these in for IM2, we will. But if not, they can wait on IM3 and it's probably enough. We got all 65 of those in on this mission. We took a couple of days off after the previous mission. Then we got together, we do what we call a hot wash. And the first hot wash I did was on Project Morpheus when I was at NASA when we lost a vehicle. And then we did a hot wash of all the things we wanted to improve. And 8 months later, we're up and flying better than ever. So that was the experience kind of leading into spring of last year, April timeframe. These are all of the improvements that we want to make. Our orbit determination needed improvement. We had people flying around the world to improve our ground sites to give us better measurements. We partnered with NASA to have validation and cross-check data to make sure that our systems would work the way they're supposed to. We had issues that we learned on the way we controlled our engines that we wanted to test. Our thermodynamic venting system. Could we make that better? Could we make it work the way we want it to work? We ran into problems on the first mission with helium management. Helium is very important to our system for pressurizing our cryogenic methane system, also for RCS. And then we had measurements we wanted to make of craters that we weren't able to get in place on the first mission. So we had a lot of new technology we brought forward in this mission. And I'll be honest, I had a little bit of trepidation when we launched about what some of these new things and improvements might do in the system. It was a night and day operational difference. On day one, we gathered some data about our propulsion system, and then on day two, we fired the engine. Better than we'd ever fired it before. The comm systems on our Omni antennas, which aren't even designed to bring high gain data home, worked better than our high gain antenna had worked on the first mission. We get to the moon, our orbit determination was so precise that we were within a couple of kilometers in our 100-kilometer orbit. And we didn't even have to do a lunar correction maneuver that we had put in place because we had to do one in an emergency on the first mission. So it really had moved from come in on the day of operations and save the vehicle to grab your lunch pail, go in, do spacecraft operations as this magnificent machine called Athena moved her way to the moon, all the way into lunar orbit. And then really the last couple of days in lunar orbit, we were expecting a fully successful landing. We did see some noise on our landing sensors towards the end. Our crater recognition system, it's machine learning on board. How do you tell a computer to look for craters? Not only look for the craters, but identify which craters those are on the moon. Worked almost an order of magnitude better than we'd anticipated. So we had every reason to believe that we were going to come down and land, with all systems the way we wanted to. We're trying to evaluate exactly what happened in that very last bit, but I would tell you the improvement from the last mission to the next mission, really in less than a year, when you consider the fact that you have to be at the Cape early, you have to be done with testing before that. We took a little bit of time off after working really hard on the first mission. That's building, improving, and shipping a new spacecraft to go to the moon in 9 months. And I'm incredibly proud of the team. I'm incredibly proud of how well this vehicle performed. And I will tell you, the future is bright for Intuitive Machines to land lots and lots of cargo on the moon. And I'm excited to do that in partnership with NASA.
Great. Thanks to our briefers for those initial remarks. We'll now open it up for questions. Again, if you're on the phone bridge, please press *1 to submit a question. Once your name is called, please state to whom you'd like to direct your question. If you find that your question has already been asked, please press *2 to withdraw it. Let's start in the room before we go to the phone bridge.
Gina Sinceri for Steve. You said off nominal, but what pleasantly surprised you that worked well today? Can you kind of put it, off nominally, yeah, but things worked. So what was it worked that said, wow, good for this, that?
Well, one thing that is very exciting, it's a high-stress moment, but when we initiate powered descent, that is a 15-minute-long engine burn with a full throttle profile from 90% of throttle down to roughly 20% of throttle. It has dynamic movements like, you're braking for hundreds of seconds, then you're pitching over and you're descending and you're throttling down. Very dynamic. And that's a nail biter because everybody's quiet. And if you looked at the control room, everybody's just sitting there steely-eyed, watching the burn go. That to me was an amazing moment. To fly that profile with this propulsion system and these navigation algorithms that Tim was talking about, receiving this data, these machine learning algorithms that we've come up with, and watching that all work in harmony was interesting, was just fascinating. And I really think that is the moment that you have to have the courage, like Clayton said, to take this, be in this business, to be able to put it all on the line and say, this is going to be successful. And we're going to, if not, if it's a little off nominal, we're going to pick ourselves up and we're going to try it again. We're going to keep doing that. And so when we see that we saw, for example, the hazard relative navigation call a diversion autonomously from our planned landing site, saying that we see slopes greater than 10 degrees and boulders bigger than a bowling ball, you can't land there, and diverted us from that landing site to another one autonomously. It's incredible. So I'm very proud of the nav team, and I'm very proud of the propulsion team and the whole spacecraft team, because they built a beautiful machine that is working at the highest level. This is the pinnacle of engineering, of man and machine coming together to engineer something that's never been done before at a price point that seems unachievable. So we really did mature the system, and this was evidence of it today.
We'll keep going in the room.
Mark Carreau for Aviation Week and Space Technology. I don't know how you could describe the orientation of the lander as best you know at this point, if it's upright or leaning or tipped. I'm not sure, so that's why I'm asking. And the communications and the instrumentation, can you tell us maybe how far you've checked in to all of that and how much further you need to go to verify everything?
Well, I can talk about the communications part, because I just left the control center before I came over here. What I can tell you is that all 4 of our radios were active, and we were switching through comm configurations to see what the best high bandwidth solution was. And so we were getting the first packets of data down. We were able to send commands, and those commands were readily accepted. All of our telemetry was clean. So really, unlike last mission where we had to figure out reverse polarity and bouncing off the moon, it looked like this time sending and receiving messages was fairly straightforward. The challenge the team was working through was, how do we establish the high bandwidth, the data links, so you're not getting just telemetry, but we're able to bring down the images so we can really get a good picture of where we landed. So that was still in work, but it wasn't, of the 4 radios, 2 of them aren't working. How do we repatch this? It was, okay, I've got 4 clean radios. We're talking better on some antennas than others. What's the best combination of those to move into a high data rate?
As far as orientation goes, there's conflicting data that we saw. If you listen to the live stream, if it was in the control room listening to the voice, you heard the prop console, propulsion element console, call out that they had pressure in the combustion chamber, and that would indicate that the vehicle was upright. We had another conflicting measurement that the IMU, the Z direction, which is horizontal, was pointing upright. So that would say it was on its side. We went and said we found that there was gas in the combustion chamber that was giving us a false read that the engine was running but at idle, and we think that was incorrect, and that in fact that IMU data is a piece of data that says that we're oriented somewhat on our side. But I want to get all the measurements and the pictures to really be able to explain to you the configuration of the vehicle. I don't have a good sense of that today, I'm sorry. I have to get more data from that.
Okay, we will head over to the phones next. First up, we have Marcia Dunn with AP.
Yes, hi. I'm sort of confused. Is the lander on the mountain plateau near the South Pole as desired? You said at one point that the location was unknown. So did you get anywhere near where you intended? And is there a chance that you could have crashed, soft crash, if there's such a thing? What's your thoughts about that? Thank you.
I believe we're in the vicinity of the intended landing site. I don't know exactly where we would be in relation to the landing ellipse that we had specified pre-mission with 50 meters accuracy. So that is what we want to get Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter camera view to pinpoint the location. We believe that all of the crater recognition measurements that we took were within our crater map database, so that we knew we were on the right trajectory to head to the intended landing site. So we have some confidence of that. We just need to get the pictures from above to determine precisely where we are, Marcia. It's not a fact of blindly not knowing. We know generally where to look. It's just with the precision that we can report is what I want that piece of data from. Tim, anything to add?
Yeah, we're definitely on Mars Mutan, and our pre-mission analysis was that basically if I could get a single crater fix before we lit the engine, a crater fix after we lit the engine, and a crater fix before we pitched over, that just 3 measurements would be enough for us to land within 50 meters of the landing site. And what we actually saw was 30 or 40 measurements before pitch over and then 1 late. And so we have more than enough information. And the way this works is it's kind of like a fingerprint. The algorithm looks out at the moon and it says, first of all, I'm a navigator, offensive lineman navigator. I'm a navigator by trade. And so the computer looks out and it says, where are all the circles? And those are easy to identify. Okay, here's all the circles. 280 circles, maybe, in one measurement. And then, okay, of those circles, which of those could be craters because they have the right characteristics of light on one side and dark on the other? It'll go from 280 circles to 20 or 30 potential craters. Then those potential craters go into a database search, which is very much like a fingerprint. Okay, how can I fit these circles together that matches the database of all the craters we're going to fly over the moon? And then it'll pop out and go, here are 4 guaranteed craters. And then that goes back onto the onboard navigation system and it says, hey, is that close enough to where I think I am for me to refine where I'm going? And the answer over and over and over was yes. So if it was the wrong craters, the navigation system would reject them. And it would say, no, that's way off. It's on the other side of the moon. That doesn't match. And if there was the wrong craters, you'd think that the machine learning algorithm on board wouldn't be able to identify them. The fact that those were all consistent going all the way down means that we were absolutely on Mons Mutan, right? And so when we get a picture in a couple days, we'll be able to guarantee that. We're probably going to look at our radiometrics as well and see if we can't do a tracking pass. And, usually you track spacecraft in orbit. We'll track the spacecraft on the surface. And we'll see what we get. A little bit disappointed because our precision landing target was a 50-meter landing site. We're probably outside of that, but absolutely on Mars Mutan.
All right, we'll take one more question on the line. Next up, we have Bill Harwood from CBS News. Bill?
Yeah, hey, thank you very much. For Steve Optimus, I mean, it sounds like what you're saying is that the best data you have, the indications from the IMU that's indicating the lander did, in fact, tip over and is resting on its side. Am I interpreting that correctly? And if that's true, given your comms, the power generation, the stuff that's facing Earth, can you say anything about how this might, if this is true, how this might affect your payloads? Thanks.
Yeah, the IMU measurement, it was the piece of data that gave us the most clarity. When we dug into the propulsion data, like I said, we kind of refuted that. So we think that's the case. I would like to get a picture, though, to know the orientation of exactly where the antennas are pointed, where the engine bell is pointed, where are the solar panels, so that we can figure out a power profile. We know we can communicate with the payloads. We can talk to them and command them on and off. So if we can figure out the orientation correctly with imagery, we can then develop a power profile, like I said, and then result in a series of priorities in the science and technology list that would allow us to capture some mission objectives for the mission. Turn on the drill, turn on the mass spectrometers, for example, sniff for water as we vent the LOX tank, for example, with the Hungarian sensor, the pulley space sensor, or with M-Solo, the STMD Prime 1 drill package mass spectrometer. Nokia, we know we can talk on Nokia radios on today. So there's quite a number of objectives that we can meet. We just have to lay that out here over the coming shifts. We just went from the operational shift, Tim's shift, mission director for Blue Team, and hand it over to the surface team, and the surface team will set those priorities and lay that out going forward. And certainly we want to talk to the CLIPS office and to STMD to understand what their priorities are, and then we'll all put those together into a mission package.
All right, thank you so much for that question. We will go back into the room.
Hi, I'm Seth Kovar from CW39 here in Houston. We're very interested as a newsroom in this story, but part of the reason is we have a Houston institution and Johnson Space Center and NASA, and then we have a Houston company and Integrated Machines working together. Is there significance to that for the local economy, the local workforce, or any kind of significance you can think of?
Yeah, I would say, Seth, thanks for the question. We began Intuitive Machines. I'm a former civil servant of 25 years from Johnson Space Center and Kennedy Space Center. We formed Intuitive Machines right outside the gate of NASA's Johnson Space Center. And we built a sense of community. We worked with the city of Houston and the Houston Airport System to build our Lunar Production and Operations Center at Ellington Field, the Houston Spaceport. We worked with our local community college, San Jacinto Community College, to develop a technician training program where we can train and certify aerospace technicians in machining, in electronics, in composites, and give them jobs, give them careers in aerospace, building spaceflight hardware. So we're very closely tied to this economic region in building out this lunar economy right here in Texas, right here in Houston.
We'll do one more question in the room.
Eric Berger with Ars Technica. Two questions. First of all, for Tim, could you just talk a little bit about the power and data rates you're getting now versus like what you would expect from a perfectly nominal mission? And then maybe for Nikki or Clayton, if the spacecraft is on its side, I would imagine it perhaps depends upon which side it's on, but can the prime drill mission operate as intended, or is it not going to be able to drill unless it's in a vertical configuration? Thanks.
Yeah, power is interesting at the South Pole because it's impacted not only by the solar illumination and our consumption, but by the thermal environment. So the big variable that our team was trying to establish before we left was how much heaters are we going to have to run? And so if you notice when you look at our landers, some of the sides are painted white to reflect solar light, other sides are painted dark to absorb more heat. So the real variable in all that. But when I left the ops center, we had achieved charging. And so, looking at that, once we find out exactly what orientation we're in, we'll be able to figure out what the longevity is and how to plan that power. The big question is what the solar transit is really going to be. So it's one thing to go, I've got an IMU that indicates we may be on our side, but that clocking angle, that's going to be the most important thing because that will dictate what the thermal profile is going to be as the sun continues to move around the South Pole, and the thermal profile will be the dominant thing, our power profile.
And I'll say that we'll work with IM on that orientation because that'll be important. As you described, it depends on where the vehicle is in terms of that orientation. But there will be science and technology objectives that we'll go for once we collaborate with IM on not only the power but the orientation.
Does the spacecraft need to be vertical, though, for you to operate the drill?
Well, if you can imagine a drill, you can drill from many angles, but it's more you put together a combination of things. Our teams have been working with IM, the on-site teams. These are our priorities, what we think we can do depending on the orientation. I can speculate, but I'd have to speculate for every possible orientation. So, no, it doesn't have to be directly where I can drill straight down. There are other options we can use, too.
All right, we will go back to the phone bridge for the next set of questions. First up, we have Kenneth Chang with the New York Times. Ken?
Hi, thank you. I guess this is for Steve and Tim. When during the descent did the telemetry start getting strange, and can you tell what was going wrong?
I think, Tim, you were managing the flight at that point. Why don't you give some insight?
Yeah, our laser altimeters, we tested those out. If you recall on the first mission, we had an issue where they wouldn't fire. We tested those extensively on this mission, and we fired them on the ground before we launched at the Cape. We fired them in orbit at the moon to make sure we saw power pulses, and then we fired them again in the lunar descent orbit. And that's where we first saw that there was more noise in the system than we had anticipated. And so as we came around for the final approach, we were concerned about the noise we were seeing in those measurements, but at the same time we were seeing better than expected results on our crater tracking. And so the hope was that that noise would clean up as we got closer to the moon because the signal to noise gets stronger. And so the way these systems work, you have a power pulse that comes back, and that identifies a range measurement. And so that's what we were monitoring on the way down, and it just remained noisy all the way until touchdown. So that's where we're going to look as we investigate, what impact that might have had on the system for doing the final sequence of landing.
Thank you so much for that question. Next up, we do have Micah Maidenberg. Micah?
Hey, good afternoon. Steve or Tim, any initial thoughts on IM-3 and if you'll need more time between 2 and 3 compared to between 1 and 2 to sort of work the issues today? And do you think the company can still make the IM-3 window, which I believe runs through early next year? Thanks.
Yeah, we'll run a process like we did for mission 1, which is called the hot wash, which is a review of all the data. We take the next 30 days from mission complete, whenever that turns out to be. We take the next 30 days and we review all the data and prepare a set of recommendations for what went well, what went wrong, what needs to be fixed for the next mission, and what can be deferred into block upgrades for future missions beyond the next one on the manifest. Right now, we're planning IM-3. I believe that's a mid-latitude mission that's scheduled for about a year from now. What we're doing is we may hold that mission. I've talked to Nikki about it because we won the Near Space Network contract to put data relay satellites around the moon. And the data relay satellites that we're making want to be on that mission 3, at least one of them, to take advantage of that rideshare opportunity. So we're aligning the schedule to see when that satellite is ready and the mission is on track to be ready and put that together, and that'll be our landing date. The effects, or launch date. The effects of this mission on mission 3 are not yet understood. I have to go through that hot wash process.
Great. Thank you so much for that question. We will go back into the room.
Hi, Jackie Waddles from CNN. Thanks for doing this. First, I think for Tim or Steve, can you just confirm, want to make sure I understand, have you confirmed the health of your payloads? Looking specifically at the rovers and the Gracie Hopper, do we know that those are healthy in one piece? And then a question, I think, for Nikki. Obviously, Firefly had a successful landing over the weekend, but these are very different landing sites. Wondering if you could just quickly compare and contrast for us, what the unique challenges were that Intuitive Machines faced here.
So the first part, we have some insight into some of the payloads by being able to command them on and off kind of thing. But visually, I'm not sure of that yet until we get some imagery, like I say. I don't know, Tim, if you got any better insight from your time on console here in the past few hours, but.
Well, that was definitely part of the process that they were working through with the NASA scientists. In fact, I walked out of the control center and almost got waylaid by a group of them running into the room to talk priorities. That was the first thing to check out, but I don't have the data yet on exactly what that health feedback was.
Thank you so much for your question. We will go.
Oh, wait.
Sorry.
Yeah, so they are very different locations. I mean, with our CLIPS program, we actually land, the goal is to land all over the place. So to land by the equator on the far side at the South Pole, and just really to be able to characterize the moon. That's why when we choose the landings, they are different payloads that we carry because they are sort of, bespoke for where we actually want to go and the type of data, whether it's technology, demonstrations and proving technology, whether it's science and studying the sun, as somebody here likes to do. But whatever we have the different science that we put on. So they both have different challenges. I certainly don't want to make it sound like Firefly was an easy landing. Landing on the moon is hard. And the thing that I'm so proud of is not only with the CLIPS program are we creating this sustainable lunar economy, but it is heartwarming that what we've actually created is, I hope it's sustainable, but it's a sustainable lunar community. And, I really want to just give a lot of love to Intuitive Machines because they shared all of their data from Intuitive Machines 1 with Firefly. And I'm sure Firefly will be sharing all their stuff with Intuitive Machines as well. The same with Astrobotic. I'm not going to say who did what, but some people sent coffee, some people sent donuts, some for these events, just to show this community that we have with these providers. And so we all share in each other's successes and we all empathize with each other's challenges. And I think that is the power of what we're doing with the commercial lunar payload services.
Yeah, and I'll add to that just an example from this mission. Once we got into orbit, Firefly had already landed. and we were getting a signal interference on one of our radios, and we knew that one of our frequencies was close to theirs. So we called Firefly up and we said, hey, listen, we're trying to land, you're already down. Can you help us out? And their response was, yeah, absolutely, not a problem. Now, it turns out we figured out that wasn't the cause, and so we were able to not have to ask them to do anything. But the sense of community, and anytime humanity puts a lander on the moon, it's a good day. Yeah. And so they definitely lived up to that. They were willing to help us out. Happy to help them out in the future, too. So now, I am a navigator, as I mentioned, and we took some really, really great pictures flying over the South Pole. And even as a space person, you know, I am like everyone else. I'm used to looking at the moon and seeing the bright part and the really dark part. The South Pole is different. It's this twilight space of shadows and grays that it was interesting. I'm really proud of how well our crater tracking system did in this very unusual lighting condition. So we'll get it next time.
Great words. Thank you so much. We will go back to the line. We have Jeff Faust with Space News. Jeff?
Hey, good afternoon. A question for Steve or Tim. How far off the sort of the nominal landing altitude can you be and still deploy the hopper and the rovers? If you are somewhat on your side, as you say, would it still be possible to deploy them in some way? Thanks.
Well, Jeff, we're going to look at that. Obviously, we need to know the orientation of which panel, you know, ABCD of the hex is facing up, or what is it on a slope? It's pretty flat there, but what is the orientation? And you know, we want to think about that. And what is the configuration, say, of the hopper with its propellant tank and its thrusters? And can we do that? I would love to try that and see if we couldn't fly that off the rail system. I'm not sure yet, though. There's more data to be gathered. We'll come back to you and talk about it. I'm sure we're going to come up with something interesting.
We have a few more questions on the line. Next up, we do have Joey Roulette with Reuters. Joey?
Hey, thank you. For Tim or Steve, Intuitive Machines seemed pretty confident that the laser rangefinders this time would work given the past issues. What went wrong this time? I know you guys have a lot of data to look at, but you know, where do you think things might have gone wrong this time to see another problem occur? And for Nikki, sorry if you had mentioned this before, but if we do confirm that the lander's on its side, can we still do the NASA experiments or the drill? Like how does that restrict you then? Thanks.
The first indication that the laser rangefinders, well, let me start at the beginning. I think Tim covered this mostly. We immediately fixed the safety enable switch on the laser rangefinders for mission 2. That was the problem that we had on mission 1, where we couldn't actually fire the laser because it was inhibited. This time, we immediately went back and put that enable wire into the harness and tested on the ground and fired the laser on the ground in a laser tunnel down into artificial regolith simulant, and got the reflection back up and received it back into the laser rangefinder. So it was a complete test for the reflection back from the lunar regolith simulant. Then we went down to the Cape, we launched, and in right after lunar orbit insertion, we fired the lasers to get a pulse. We weren't low enough to look at the moon, but we got a pulse to say that the laser could actually be powered and fire. It wouldn't reach the surface because it's not rated to reach 100 kilometers down to the surface. It's rated at about 30 or 40 kilometers. So we needed to get down lower. So we got the signal that the laser rangefinders were firing. When we went into post-deorbit insertion down to 100 by about 10 kilometer elliptical orbit, when we got closer, we fired the TRN laser, and then we rolled around and fired the HRN laser. What we saw on the TRN laser was these noisy measurements that Tim talked about. And so we decided with that one that we couldn't necessarily trust to automatically ingest those noisy measurements into the Kalman filter, which is part of the nav system. And it's weighted as how much you use and trust that altimeter setting. So we were going to ingest those manually. So we changed the trajectory to give us more time to evaluate those measurements, determine if they were healthy or noisy, and then we would ingest them in appropriately. The HRN laser, though, had an interlock signal. Now, we fired it in orbit, but an interlock signal came on when we tried to fire it post deorbit insertion, which meant that it would not receive measurements, return measurements. So we waited, we cycled it several times. It actually came on very late in the trajectory, beyond the time we would have used it. We saw that interlock signal go off. So we think that there was either vibration or a thermal issue that caused a pin of sorts or a connector to get out of whack and get an intermittent signal. We know that we saw in a flat sat when we had a loose wire and you jiggled it, that interlock would go on and off. And so there was some event in space that caused that connection to get a little squirrely on us. And so that's kind of what we think at this point.
Yeah, and the differences between what we tested on the ground, it's really atmosphere, distance, and temperature. These are infrared lasers. And so now, instead of firing them over, a few hundreds of meters in one Earth atmosphere at Earth conditions, you're flying them at sometimes very hot, bright lunar surface, sometimes at very cold, dark lunar surface. It's in a vacuum and at much longer distances. And so we do the best we can to tune that out on Earth. But then when we got to the moon for the first time, we saw those lasers in operation. So that's definitely an area we'll look at going forward.
And yeah, thanks, Joey, for the question. We have already had some success. We've had the instruments on during the cruise phase, so we've actually been able to test them in that sort of area around the moon. We are excited about the fact, I know we've already had M-Solo on even today. And so we've actually had it working in the lunar environment, which is a big issue, a big thing for us. That's a big success, is to see these instruments on and working in the environment that they were designed for. Obviously, without knowing the exact orientation of the lander, it's hard to say exactly what science we will and will not be able to do. But we are excited. I mean, I think Tim kind of put it really well. He was nearly knocked over by a group of scientists ready to make the plan of what we can do. And, we're very resourceful. NASA science is very resourceful. We do great science wherever we go in the universe, from the center of the sun to the edge of the universe. We do great science every second of every day. And so we are excited to continue to be able to do that. We will work very closely with Intuitive Machines to put together the plan obviously us space technology folks really anxious to get that going. All kinds of things we can do with a drill, even in a non-optimal orientation. So we're looking forward to hearing what exactly we have to work with, and then we will create a wonderful plan. Clayton, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'll just add that probably the reason Tim could escape is because the technologists were trying to get through the same door that everybody was going through. But Nikki makes a great point. Every bit of data, the fact that we could turn the instruments on in that environment was a plus. We learned something, and we'll continue to learn something. For two of them, they've already been turned on, so we know they work on the surface. And depending on the orientation and what we get going forward, we may be able to do even more. So I just can't foot stomp enough that every time we do this, every time we learn, we're closer to living and working on the lunar surface. And since the camera's on me, we're also closer to this. First day of school on Mars. So when we're comfortable as a society with our children going to school on Mars, it's because we will have done things with the aerospace community, companies like IM and Astrobotic, all those companies to help us do this thing, and it's in partnership with the government.
And I'll also note that the temptation for me, I like the images. I just heard Tim say they took amazing images of the South Pole from low altitudes. And so that for me is an incredible scientific achievement right there.
Thank you so much. We will continue on the phone lines. We have Jeff Brumfield with NPR. Jeff?
Hi there. This is a question for Nikki. I mean, we've had a couple, I guess if you look at this program at this point, we had a partial success, two partial successes, a failure, one successful landing, and you've just lost Lunar Trailblazer. I'm wondering if you're questioning this low-cost approach to doing business, outside of low Earth orbit right now, or if you still think this is the right way to go and you're getting your money's worth.
That's a great question. It is. I mean, it's difficult. We want to try and balance the what we do. We want to have a balanced portfolio, which is what we have in NASA science. So we do incredible science with CubeSats. We do incredible science with the James Webb Space Telescope and everything in between that. And so really, it is continuing to work very closely with our U.S. companies, whether it's with CLIPS, whether it is with our small Class D missions, which of course Lunar Trailblazer is one. And yes, we're very, we do watch Lunar Trailblazer very carefully. I also know that Intuitive Machines actually helped provide some data for us. So thank you on the way up for Lunar Trailblazer. The team there is extremely, extremely committed, working really closely with our folks at the Deep Space Network. If anyone can recover this spacecraft, the Lunar Trailblazer team can do that. But we do continue to look at our successes. We do have a lot of Class D missions that are very successful. We have another mission actually ready to launch on the West Coast right now. We have SphereX, which is a Class C mission. On that ESPA ring beneath it is a Class D mission called Punch, which is 4 spacecraft that are going to go and study the sun. And just a few days after that, we have a wonderful little mission, which is 3 CubeSats that are going to study the auroral electrojets. It's called EASY. It is a very, very small mission, and it is a unique mission because it's getting to a region that is too high for aircraft and too low for traditional spacecraft. And so we continue to lean in to these missions. We celebrate, as I said, about the CLIPS community, our Class D community. We get together, we celebrate one another's successes, and we empathize with one another's challenges. And so we will continue to push forward. We have Escapade coming, which is 2 spacecraft. It's the same program, the same simplex program. That mission has been ready for a while. 2 spacecraft built by Rocket Labs and launching with Blue Origin on a New Glenn later this year. So we continue to put a lot of focus on the work we do with our U.S. companies, and the goal, as always, getting more science into space for less money.
Thank you so much, Nikki. Next up, we have Issam Ahmed with AFP. Issam.
Hello. Thank you for taking my question. It's just for Tim and Steve. I think concerns were raised about the tall and slim profile, and as we saw compared to Firefly, which has the sort of short, squat design, that seemed to have worked out better. Do you think that played a role at all? I know you've been talking about issues with the laser rangefinder, and are there any sort of, on the flip side, what are the benefits that you gain from having the design profile that you chose? Thank you.
What I would say about our design is we fit out at the limits of the SpaceX fairing. So our landing gear extend as far out as possible to give us a stable approach. And contrary to what your intuitive thinking might think, that it's tall, so therefore the center of gravity has to be high. The center of gravity on this spacecraft was actually very low. We have heavy payloads low on the spacecraft. We have the hopper low. We have the helium tanks low. So the center of gravity was actually quite low on this one. So we know that didn't play a factor. In fact, it actually hurts our control system to fly with a center of gravity that low, and we had to work out slosh problems because of that, because we were exciting the slosh in the tanks. And so we know how to control the vehicle with the center of gravity and the footprint that we have. So the benefits, though, for the spacecraft are significant. We can fly a hopper because we can fly it off the side of the vehicle on a set of rails where it launches, fires its rocket and launches off these rails and separates from the lander. The height of the lander allows that. Also, our lander was conducive to fly the Prime 1 drill suite because we could deploy with the drill mechanism to lower it to the surface and then drill down. That's a long, tall drill, and so it fit neatly in the packaging of our deployment mechanism. In addition, we could develop a rover deploy mechanism that was tucked on the side and would deploy down to the surface. Again, those are all long mechanisms that were suited to our lander quite a bit. So we're confident in the design, we're confident in the engineering, and certainly the CG is a well first-order based physics problem that we have solved.
Great. Thank you so much. We do have continued questions on the line, but we only have a few minutes left for questions. We'll continue on with Jishnu Nair with the Houston Business Journal. Jishnu?
Hi, this one's for Steve and Tim. Just kind of following up on some of the other questions about kind of payloads. Just from like a business-to-business perspective, wondering, what kind of allowances are built into, contracts for payloads like the Lunar Outpost rover or other kinds of payloads if their time on the lunar surface ends up being shortened or compromised?
Well, in particular, the one you mentioned, Lunar Outpost, supplied Intuitive Machines a rover for our Nokia contract with Nokia Bell Labs. So if we can, it wasn't necessarily the objective to have the Lunar Outpost rover work. It was the objective to get the Nokia cellular technology to work at varying distances away from the lander. Both the rover and the hopper provided opportunities to do that. The way we do the contracts, though, we have certain language in there where, we're testing the envelope, we're testing the boundaries and the limits of what's possible. And so there are not necessarily repercussions. You don't necessarily make all the milestone payments, but there is no reflight clause necessarily, because this is a burgeoning lunar economy, and we have to foster an economy that can take the risk, to take the steps that are needed to actually make this happen. Much like Nikki talks about with low-cost science missions, it's important that we fly, and it's important that we learn. And that's what these contracts are written for, to allow for failures or missteps or contingencies. And so that's the business model today in a burgeoning lunar economy.
Thank you so much. Next up, we do have Lisa Grossman from Science News. Lisa?
Hi, thank you. I also wanted to ask about whether the rovers and the hopper would be able to be deployed, but it sounds like that's not something you can answer right now. Is there anything more you can say about that?
Well, you're correct. I really would like to get a little bit better understanding of the data and the pictures and images to fully assess before I commit to or say that we can't do something. We've got a very innovative team, and I think if given the time and the opportunity to study the problem, we'll come up with something.
Great. So we have time for 2 more questions. We will take one more on the line. We do have Marcia Smith with Space Policy Online. Marcia?
Could you talk just a little bit about the prime drill and how important that data is? If it doesn't work on this one, is it valuable enough for NASA to build another one? And if so, is the IM lander the only one that has the suitable size to fly it?
So the prime drill is another one of those technologies where we're learning how we discover, not only from a scientific perspective, but how to live and work on the surface, right? What's in the surface, where there are resources like the ice, what is the regolith like, what can we get from the regolith? So we develop a series of technologies over time, and if we're certainly happy to share our roadmaps to say how we get to those answers. In this case, the prime drill was the exact right technology. Our colleagues at Kennedy Space Center developed the system. So we will pursue that data we need to get, but we'll do it in a number of different ways. So we learn every step of the way, and we'll keep pressing.
Thank you so much, Clayton. We will continue online. We do have Mike Wall with space.com. Mike?
Thank you, guys. Just a quick question for Yancy, either for Steve or for Tim. Do you guys know, when is the next LRO pass? When do you expect to get those photos down? And is there any way you could confirm the orientation of Athena if you don't get that imagery as you're expecting? Thanks.
Yeah, I believe we're a day or 2 away from the next LRO pass, and then we already have a team looking at that opportunity. The number one thing is, after the first mission, we definitely added more cameras to this vehicle. So we have a number of cameras to choose from to help us visualize the horizon. We can get a lot of information, really the way humanity's done it for millennia, by looking at the distant horizon, seeing the Earth in the field of view. With that information, we'll be able to confirm orientation.
Great, thank you so much. And thanks to everyone who submitted questions today. And thanks to our briefers for taking the time to discuss Intuitive Machines' second moon landing enabled by the agency's Commercial Lunar Payload Services, or CLPS initiative. We hope you'll continue to follow along the mission on Intuitive Machines' platforms, as well as nasa.gov/CLPS. Thanks again for joining us. That will wrap today's briefing.
All right, so that was the briefing. As you heard, oops, hang on. The lunar lander that we covered the launch of earlier today, the Intuitive Machines lunar lander, which was funded by NASA, but it's produced by a private company. It made it to the surface of the Earth, surface of the moon. They're not positive where it is on the surface of the moon. They have a general idea. They also don't know its orientation, which is the attitude. That's the word they use for it. But they don't know the orientation, but they believe it's not in the correct orientation it's supposed to be in. So we came on early. We're going to start talking about SpaceX now. The SpaceX launch will happen between 6:30 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And before then, they will come on with their live stream, which we'll show you. But I wanted to come on earlier than normally we would have for the SpaceX coverage, so we could show you this, because I know a number of you watched our coverage earlier or were following what happened with the lander. So anyways, we're going to get to the lander. I mean, it's some of our viewers were saying this, and I've seen some commentary online about this. I mean, so I think they were trying to put a good spin on things and be positive about it. I can't imagine they're super happy with. I mean, you prepare. I think it's a $62 million project. This particular lander, and you prepare, and all this effort goes into it, and then you might not really be able to use it at all, which can happen with this stuff. But I can't imagine they're particularly happy. Also, this company, Intuitive Machines, had a lander last year, which went to the moon and ended up landing on its side, tipping on its side during landing. So, anyways, we're gonna talk about. I'm gonna take a few more comments from you guys, but we'll talk about SpaceX coming up, because that's what we're really here to cover is the SpaceX launch. So. Let me just do this real quick here. Oops, going to get this out of the way. Path Me a Latte says the SpaceX live stream is exciting because they're all hyped beforehand. Hatterm says whoopsie doodles is all I heard. Bogey thinks it's very not good. Now, there is another lander that landed successfully that NASA backed. That one landed on Sunday. All right, I think we're going to transition over to SpaceX. Oh, AG said their stock price crashed today. Yeah, a couple of you were commenting on the stock price. Let me just show you the Intuitive Machines stock price. So, at the start of the day, it was $14.11. And then what you can see here, because we were watching this, is it was, trading at about between 13 and 14 in the middle there. And then when the landing issues became apparent, you can see the stock dropped. And by the end of the trading day, it had dropped to 20%. And that's what this is here. That's the trading day. You can see it finishes at 11:26. However, during after that press conference, I should look at a chart here, but I believe it was going down during the press conference. Anyways, after that press conference and after hours trading, it's now down another 25%. So it started the day at like 14, and now it's at like 840. So the stock has certainly taken a hit today. Again, this chart is just for the trading day. This chart doesn't show you the additional 25% loss after hours. J.K. Sinar says, I thought the press conference was an attempt at damage control. So, anyways, clearly investors are less optimistic about the company than they were at the start of the day. I don't know if this is going to impact the level of investment that NASA will put forth towards the company. Anyways, Pre-Breakfast Banana thinks it's a deal now. So, again, this stream is about the SpaceX launch. It's not about the Intuitive Machines launch, the lunar lander, but I want to give you an update on that. So let's transition over to SpaceX. Let's start talking about SpaceX. Let's do that. And by the way, hang on a second here. Let me see if they've posted anything. But they said the weather was good earlier today. Pineway says, let's transition. Yes, we're going to. Yeah, they said the weather, a couple hours ago, they said the weather looks favorable. There is a 60-minute launch window from 6:30 Eastern Time to 7:30 Eastern Time. And then I believe about 40 minutes before launch, their live stream will start. So 30, 40 minutes, let's assume their live stream, if there's no big delay in the launch, their live stream will start around 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Pineway says, exciting. Dan Beck says, find Maggie. Was the Maggie thing for SpaceX or was that something else? What broadcast was Maggie one of the people on? I can't even remember. It was some space thing we covered. Was it SpaceX? Or was it something else? Blue Origin. Blue Origin. Is that what it was? I think TJ might be right. Dr. McRib says, I think Maggie was Blue Origin. Here, we'll talk a little bit about this. Hey, by the way, thanks again to our moderators who are here. We have Beth Mythical over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. Also on Twitch, we have right now Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, David Green, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thanks also to Sugaro for subscribing on Twitch. Also, we have, oh, by the way, Dennis McNeely on Facebook says, hopefully we can see the booster caught on return. Yeah, that's supposed to be one part of this test flight today, is the booster getting caught on return. They've done that a couple times before, though. Christina Neal, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thanks so much to all of our mods. So we're talking about the Starship space launch vehicle. SpaceX is developing this. The goal is to have it be fully reusable. Both stages, the bottom stage, which is the big booster rocket, the super heavy booster, and the top stage, the Starship spacecraft. There's already been I think twice SpaceX has done a launch and they've recapped the boost. They've had the booster come back down and basically park itself right inside those chopstick arms where it goes right back to where it launched from. So they're going to try to do that today. They're not trying it yet with the Starship, the top spacecraft part, but they are going to be. The intention is to have that do a controlled landing on the water. I think it's the Indian Ocean, but I'm not positive. I have to look that up. Randy Joy says, will SpaceX be more reliable than Intuitive? So let's talk about SpaceX. We're going to take some comments from you. And around 6 p.m., if everything's on schedule, we'll start watching the SpaceX live stream. Louise B says, I am so excited. Austin Batman said the Starbase wind speed is 23 miles an hour. Is that gusts or sustained? Look, SpaceX said the weather was good today. They said weather looks favorable. Starbase is in Boca Chica, Texas. Wind 20 miles an hour sustained there, according to Google. So gusts would presumably be higher. As you can see, last minute, this is an article from a couple days ago. This is when we actually a couple days ago were covering the SpaceX launch. Was it 3 days ago? Last minute problems with SpaceX's mega rocket Starship forces delay of latest test flight. But that's the one they're going to launch today. They're trying to launch it today. Last minute problems forced a delay Monday for SpaceX's mega rocket Starship attempting a comeback following an explosion on the last test flight. Well, on the last test flight, the booster came back, although the booster was caught by the arms, I believe, last test flight. But soon after the booster separated from the Starship ended up having an issue and then self-destructing. On Monday, if you remember, the countdown got down to the 40-second mark, but it was halted because of issues with the rocket, the world's largest and most powerful. Starship was supposed to blast off from the southern tip of Texas with 4 mock satellites on board for a space skimming test flight. I believe this is going to be the first payload release test for the Starship spacecraft. If the problems can be fixed quickly, another launch attempt could come Tuesday. Well, it's Thursday, but it's today. The last Starship demo, which we covered, ended up in an explosion over the Atlantic Ocean in January with flaming debris streaming over the Turks and Caicos. Starship has already been booked by NASA for astronaut moon landings later this decade. Elon Musk intends to use the Mammoth rockets to settle Mars. Kevin Fortson thinks second stages go so deep into space that recovery is unfeasible. They will stick to first stage recovery just to save money on rocket production. You mean you think eventually, Kevin? This is going to be used for the intention is to use it for a number of different applications. On the SpaceX website, it says service to Earth orbit, Moon, Mars, and beyond. You can see Wikipedia says it is a 2-stage, fully reusable, heavy lift launch vehicle under development by SpaceX. It is the most massive and powerful vehicle ever to fly. SpaceX has developed Starship with the intention of lowering launch costs using economies of scale, aiming to achieve this by reusing both rocket stages by catching them with the launch tower's systems, increasing payload mass to orbit, increasing launch frequency, mass manufacturing the rockets, and adapting it to a wide range of space missions. And the 2 stages, this is a picture from Steve Jurvetson, but the top stage is the Starship spacecraft, and the bottom stage is the Super Heavy booster. These are the chopstick arms. I don't know if they might have been modified since this photo, which will catch the booster when it comes back, if all goes well. Trance says, if only the UK had a space program as well. Planet says Mars is 145 times farther than the moon. Tim D. Lawson says, good morning from Australia. Hope everything goes as scheduled today. That is correct, by the way. I just checked it up online. According to ChatGPT, Mars is approximately 145 times farther from the Earth than the moon. I think we have breaking news. Hold on a second. I think I have some breaking news for you. Breaking news. Breaking news on the Texas measles outbreak. A second person has died. This one an unvaccinated adult. You can see here from B&O News. Lee County resident tests positive for measles after death. Now, let's see. The cause of death is still under investigation. So just to be clear, it does not say that measles killed the person, although we don't know. It says, let's see what it says. Let's see what the press release says. But I just saw that. Oops, sorry. Now I'm messing everything up. This is New Mexico, actually. There have been New Mexico cases that came from the Texas outbreak. But I don't know if this is one of them. But this is a New Mexico case. The New Mexico Department of Health confirms a deceased resident of Lee County who was unvaccinated tested positive for measles. The official cause of death is still under investigation. However, the New Mexico Department of Health Scientific Laboratory has confirmed the presence of the measles virus. The individual did not seek medical care before passing. So again, not clear that this was caused by measles. We don't know yet. See if I can find anything else about that real quick. Then we'll get back to SpaceX. That just came out right now. By the way, Lee County, let me just show you this. Lee County is right next to Texas. Just to be clear, the county where this person who died and had measles, the person we were just talking about, the unvaccinated adult who died in New Mexico, cause of death unclear, and was found to have measles when they died, they are in a county, Lee County, which is right next to Texas and near where the outbreak has been taking place. So let me just show you this on a map so you can see this. So that's Lee County. It's literally next to Texas. And see, there's Texas right here. And there's Lee County right there. And if I can find you, where is, I got to just look up a Texas county map. Is it Gaines County? Is that the big one in Texas with a lot of cases? But there have been a bunch of cases right near there. Hold on. Yes. So Gaines County this is from the Sheriff's Association of Texas. Gaines County is right here. I think that's where the most cases have been, if I have it right, in the outbreak. Gaines County is next to Lee County. Yeah, it's literally Gaines County is next to Lee County. So the county where the person died in New Mexico and had measles, but we don't know how they died yet, is literally next to Gaines County, Texas, which I believe is the one with the most cases in Texas. Here it is. Yes, Gaines has 107 of the 159 cases. So I would think there's a decent chance that the case in Lee County, New Mexico that we were just talking about is related to this outbreak. I don't know that for sure, though. Again, we don't know if that person's death was caused by measles, but the Texas death was classified as a measles death, the first one in the U.S. in around 10 years, I think since 2015. Yes, they've updated it here. So look, this is the New Mexico Department of Health. See, it says Lee County, cases 10, deaths 1. But we'll see how the investigation to that goes. I'm sorry. I mean, however the person died, I certainly condolences to their family. Sorry to interrupt the Starship coverage. I just wanted to mention that. It's possible that could be the second measles death in the country since 10 years ago. We'll have to see how the investigation goes. Really quick I'm not going to get into this a lot now, but another piece of news I just saw. NBC New York is reporting that a missing woman from the Bronx was found dead in a suitcase near a busy highway just outside New York City, which is obviously terrible. Anyways, I just saw that as well. All right, let's get back to SpaceX. It is 5:22 p.m. In about half an hour or so, we should get the live stream from SpaceX. Let me take some comments from you guys. This is going to be Flight Test 8. They actually have on Wikipedia, they have a page, Starship Flight Test 8, and they have the flight timeline here. We're not at an hour in, is propellant loading going yet? I don't know that SpaceX has posted anything about this. Let me see. This is March 3rd, and this is today. Mark Starkiller says, I hope this flight goes well. I wish we as humans expand beyond Earth. Yes, breaking update. They literally just posted 10 seconds ago. SpaceX says the Starship team is go for propellant load, prop load. The launch webcast will go live 30 minutes before liftoff. So this is now go. Wikipedia, I'm sure, will update this shortly. If I hit refresh, will it turn green? Let's see, I'm going to hit refresh. They have it. That's going to be green. This should say now go for propellant loading because it was just posted by SpaceX that they are a go for propellant loading. So that will refresh eventually. But SpaceX just posted that. Terror Mouse says it's only a matter of time before we go another next step toward a new planet. Oh, I owe a couple thank yous here. Thanks, Captain Jerry Donnelly, our new member, and for your support. Thank you, Dolores Wilson, our member, and Chappie, our member. Chappie's happy that we're covering a topic that's not about politics. Thank you, Gina, our member. If we refresh, is it going to change? No. If anyone who works on this page is watching, I'm sure they're on this. I'm sure they're putting in a change right now. Somebody's clearly been updating this page. But again, we are now go for propellant loading on March 6th. Prop load is what they call it. Prop load is literally the SpaceX tweet says, the post says prop load. And when they talk about it on the live stream, they will use the phrase prop load. Mr. Bigley Incredible thinks you have to be insane to get on a flight to Mars. You can see here, the Wikipedia article says, the ship will deploy 4 intentionally destructible Starlink satellite simulators, simulated Starlink satellites, which are also expected to re-enter over the Indian Ocean, and I believe break up during re-entry. So it's like a test of releasing cargo. There's also some different tests they're going to be doing on the Starship. For example, I believe trying different kinds of tiles and removing some tiles, just to see how it handles these different things handle re-entry. I'll see if I can find the. SpaceX had a description on their page. Still posted there? Let's see. Yes. Yes. So SpaceX has a description on their web page talking about today's flight. They say this flight will fly the same suborbital trajectory as previous missions. So it's not going to go into orbit where it is flying fast enough to, and in the right direction to continually go around the Earth. It's not going to do that. It's going to be a suborbit. Again, it will fly the same suborbital trajectory as previous missions and will target objectives not reached on the previous test, including Starship's first payload deployment. So they're going to have these mock simulated satellites inside the Starship, and they're going to release them. That's the idea. Also, multiple re-entry experiments on Starship geared towards returning the upper stage to the launch site for catch, eventually, not today. The flight also includes the launch, return, and catch of the Super Heavy booster. During the flight test, Starship will deploy 4 Starlink simulators, similar in size to next-generation Starlink satellites, as the first exercise of a satellite deploy mission. The Starlink simulated satellites, Starlink simulators, will be on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship and are expected to demise upon entry. Also, they're going to practice relighting a single Raptor engine while in space. That's being practiced as well. And then, yes, so here's something about some of the experiments they're conducting on Starship in terms of trying to prepare it for eventually for it to be able to re-enter and be caught and be reused, which they're not going to try today. They're not going to try to reuse it. The flight test includes several experiments focused on enabling Starship's upper stage to return to the launch site eventually. A significant number of tiles have been removed from Starship to stress test vulnerable areas across the vehicle. Multiple metallic tile options, including one with active cooling, will test alternative materials for protecting Starship during re-entry. On the sides of the vehicle, non-structural versions of Starship's catch fittings are installed to test the fitting's thermal performance, along with a section of tile line receiving a smoothed and tapered edge to address the hot spots observed during re-entry of Starship's 6th flight test. Starship's re-entry profile is designed to intentionally stress the structural limits of the upper stage's rear flaps while at the point of maximum entry dynamic pressure. Finally, several radar sensors will once again be tested on the launch unit and catch tower's chopsticks with the goal of increasing the accuracy when measuring distances between the chopsticks and a returning vehicle. So if the Starship makes it all the way through the test flight and then on re-entry it doesn't survive re-entry and it breaks up or something, I mean, one reason for that could just be one of these things they're doing to stress it and test it on re-entry. And in terms of the timeline, it'll take about, when this launches, it'll take about 7 minutes after the launch, about 7 minutes after the launch, if all goes well, that booster rocket will be caught back at the launch site by the chopstick arms. But then after that, there'll be like an hour more of the test flight where the Starship top part continues flying, does some tests, and eventually makes re-entry, and ideally it lands in a controlled fashion on the water. The whole flight would be about an hour and 6 minutes if everything goes okay. The last one they attempted was about 8 minutes because a couple minutes after the booster landed, there was a major issue with the Starship and it ended up self-destructing. So we only got about, I want to say, 8 or 9 minutes or something like that in the last flight, not an hour and 6 minutes. Bitwise says the chopstick thing is nuts. M says it didn't even get to re-entry last time, so I don't know. You mean the Starship part did not re-enter. The booster re-entered. B. Earhart says tiles are one of the most important parts. Integrity Farmer Bob says new tile might be cool. Macro Geek says our collective confidence in this feels low. All right, so let's do a poll question. I mean, I don't want to say will it be successful because there's different ways to describe that. But like, will the full test flight be completed? How's that? So I guess by full test flight, what I mean is that I don't even know. All right, we'll ask it this way. We'll specify full test flight means that the booster comes back and it gets caught and the Starship does it does its tests and it re-enters and it lands on the water in some form. If it tips over, if it lands sideways, that's fine. I mean, for purposes of this question, that's all right. I'm basically saying it doesn't get destroyed in re-entry, the Starship. So the question is, I'm going to post this poll question right now. Will the complete test. Will the complete test flight test? How to say this? Will the flight test complete all its goals today? How's that? Is that not right? I'm trying to find the way to best express this question. Will it be fully successful? I mean, the thing is, though, that's a different question. There could be an issue with the payload test, but it's still, if it tries it, I'm considering that. My point is that it won't end early. Will the flight test end early today or not? How's that? Will the flight test end early or be complete? That's what I'm saying. All right. Will today's flight test end early or be complete? That is the question. It leaves some room in for things not going exactly as they're supposed to. All right, so let me post this poll question. We'll see what you guys say. Oops, I got to repost it again. Because it was, the options were not clear on YouTube. I said yes and no, which makes really no sense. End early, complete. Those are the two options, end early or complete. Okay, I just posted it again on YouTube. Now I'm posting the question on Twitch. And then I'm going to post it on Facebook, and then I'm going to tell you what you guys had to say. By the way, in about 25 minutes, we should have the SpaceX feed for you. And we'll watch their feed live, the SpaceX feed. Let me just post this question over on Facebook. Okay. Okay, I asked you guys this headline is from a couple days ago, by the way. That's not about today. That's about the initial attempt a few days ago. All right, I asked you guys, I said, will today's test flight be complete or will it end early? On YouTube, interesting, 55% say complete, 54% say complete, 46% say end early. On Facebook right now, it is 67% say complete, 33% say end early. And on Twitch, what do we have on Twitch? Uh, 57 say complete percent, 42% say end early. So more of you think complete than end early, but there's a sizable minority that says end early. Audrey Burbank thinks complete. Thanks so much to Oliver Hernandez for the gift membership. So nice of you, Oliver Hernandez. Would I go to Mars? That's a long trip. That's a long trip. And you gotta, I don't think you're gonna get much done in the rest of your life. You gotta be pretty happy with just making that your life. I'm sure some people want to go. Trance says, was there an update as to what caused the last SpaceX craft to be destroyed. So in the last test flight, the Starship ended up destroying itself. It had an automated system which destroyed itself when there was an issue. I'll tell you what SpaceX said about that. Anyways, thanks for voting in the poll. Hey, look, 5347. It's the same on Twitch and YouTube. 53 said it'll be complete. 47% say end early. All right, thanks for about half and half. Thanks for voting in the poll. Let me tell you how SpaceX explained the last flight. And before I do that, though, hang on. It was on Facebook. It was 71% say complete, 29% say it'll end early. What SpaceX said about the previous test flight, test flight 7, they said that there's a whole article about it on their website. Following stage separation, when the booster separated from Starship, Starship's 6 second-stage Raptor engines powered the vehicle along its expected trajectory. Approximately 2 minutes into its burn, a flash was observed in the aft section of the vehicle near one of the Raptor vacuum engines. This aft section, commonly referred to as the attic, is an unpressurized area between the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank and the aft heat shield. Sensors in the attic detected a pressure rise indicative of a leak after the flash was seen. Roughly 2 minutes later, another flash was observed, followed by sustained fires in the attic. These eventually caused all but one of Starship's engines to execute controlled shutdown sequences and ultimately led to a loss of communication with the ship. Telemetry from the vehicle was last received after just over 8 minutes and 20 seconds into flight. Contact with the Starship was lost prior to triggering any destruct rules for its autonomous flight safety system, which was fully healthy when communication was lost. The vehicle was observed to break apart approximately 3 minutes after loss of contact during descent. Post-flight analysis indicates that the safety system did trigger autonomously and breakup occurred within flight termination system expectations. The most probable root cause of the loss of the ship was identified as a harmonic response several times stronger in flight than had been seen during testing, which led to increased stress on hardware in the propulsion system. The subsequent propellant leaks exceeded the venting capability of the ship's attic area and resulted in sustained fires. They also said all the debris came down within the pre-planned debris response area. They said there were no significant impacts expected to occur to marine species or water quality. Hang on a second here. So I asked, as I mentioned, SpaceX says in the last flight, the Starship ended breaking up was the root cause of it was probably the loss of the ship. So it was probably a harmonic response several times stronger in flight than had been seen during testing. I asked ChatGPT to try to explain that a different way. And ChatGPT says in this context, a harmonic response refers to how the ship's structure reacted to vibrations or oscillations at specific frequencies. Essentially, it means that certain parts of the vehicle experienced resonance, where vibrations were amplified much more than expected due to their natural frequencies aligning with external forces like engine thrust or aerodynamic effects. Because the harmonic response in flight was several times stronger than what had been observed during testing, it likely caused excessive mechanical stress on the propulsion system. This increased stress may have led to cracks, leaks, or failures in hardware components, ultimately resulting in the propellant leaks and fires that contributed to the loss of the ship. Truth WSYF says it vibrated to death. It is 5:45, so we have about 15 minutes until we get the SpaceX live stream. If everything's on, if everything is on time. Hang on a moment here. We're going to bring you that live. We are going to bring you that live. Let me just see if they've posted again. Sorry, people probably messaged me too. Yeah, 21 minutes ago, SpaceX said the Starship team is go for propellant load. The launch webcast will go live around 30 minutes before liftoff, which would be in about 14 minutes. Chris N says, now loading. Pine Waste says, good for go. Well, at least at this point. And we will be watching it here together. Dab said there's a problem? Dabs, were you talking about what happened on the last flight? I haven't heard about anything for this flight. Let's see. I'm checking my space reporters. No, 6 seconds ago, SpaceX just posted propellant load of Starship's upper stage and super heavy booster underway. So they are loading propellant into the Starship, both stages, into the Starship spacecraft and super heavy booster. Propellant load has started. They just posted that. That means everything is on target so far. On their schedule that SpaceX has, they say the liquid oxygen and liquid methane load happens roughly 45 minutes before liftoff. Actually, it depends. It's one after the other. So you have it happening on the ship and also on the booster. But between 45 minutes on, basically roughly between 46 minutes before liftoff and 35 minutes before liftoff, that starts on the booster and the ship. So they have started that whole process. The propellant load, the fuel, the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane. Again, the mission is to launch, to get the booster separated from the tops from the Starship. The booster comes back down and gets caught by the robot, by the arms, by the chopstick arms, and then for about an hour, the Starship flies at a suborbital trajectory, and it runs a number of tests. It does various tests, and for example, one of the things it's going to do, a big thing, is it's going to do the first ever test of a payload release with dummy satellites. And eventually, the Starship is going to attempt to make re-entry and do a controlled landing on the water. And the whole thing's supposed to take about an hour and 7 minutes. But again, SpaceX just posted that the propellant load is underway. So in about 10 minutes, we should have that video that we're going to show you, the live SpaceX feed, in about 10 minutes. Pass Me Latte says, launches and liftoff sound good to me. So I'm checking some of the things people have sent me as well. Hey, thanks, Carrie Poteet, for the gift memberships. I appreciate that. Carrie Poteet, thank you. We've got about 9 minutes till the feed, SpaceX feed. Here's a little something from via Reuters. It's a USA Today article via Reuters. Talks about the SpaceX mission. The next Starship launch, which is today, in theory, would represent a do-over of sorts after the previous flight test in January ended with the vehicle unexpectedly exploding in the sky. Also in the last test flight, which we covered, that featured the second ever return of the booster known as the Super Heavy at the launch pad. SpaceX envisions the spacecraft as being a fully reusable transportation system that will be vital for when NASA astronauts return to the moon, perhaps as early as 2027. The SpaceX CEO Elon Musk has made clear his ambitions for Starship to ferry the first humans from the Earth straight to Mars. Starship has not yet reached orbit yet. It's going to be suborbital today. SpaceX plans today to attempt a third returning catch of the rocket booster at the launch pad, which would cause sonic booms in the area around the landing zone. The Starship vehicle itself is targeted to land once again in the Indian Ocean. However, SpaceX plans to conduct experiments geared toward one day returning the Starship, known as the upper stage, back to the launch site. In another objective, SpaceX will take a second shot at a Starlink payload development test, a key capability for the vehicle in the future that was called off during the previous launch. The 4 Starlink simulators, similar in size and weight to next-generation Starlink satellites, will be on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship and are expected to burn up on reentry. Additionally, the company plans to once again reignite its Raptor engines in space and to attempt an orbital burn, a crucial maneuver to one day bring a vehicle back to the ground. And as our viewer just mentioned, Evelyn in Maine, the launch window opens at 6:30 p.m. and it is a 1-hour launch window. So we cannot have a delay of longer than an hour. B. Earhart says this will be test flight number 8. Alex Price says, did it unexpectedly explode or was it a planned destruction? In a sense, both. It was not expected. What was expected is that, and hoped for, was that there would be no explosion last time and that the Starship would make reentry and do a landing on the water. But what happened is there was a major issue on board. And so eventually what happened is it exploded. But as I read you from the Starship, from the SpaceX website, they say that automated systems caused it to destruct. I think my guess is that's for safety. Is if they think it's not controllable or in danger, they want to have control over when it destructs and how it gets destroyed. So they said on their website, what they said on their website suggested that the automated system destroyed it. So it was an unexpected explosion, but at the same time, it was controlled by the automated system, according to the website. All right, it's 5:55. So as I understand it, in about 5 minutes, SpaceX is supposed to go live. Give me a second here. And we're going to show that to you. But they're not live yet. I gotta prepare to get this on the air. Let me prepare to get this on the air for you. Give me a moment here. One moment. Thank you. Thanks to Alex Price for being a member, by the way. All right, give me one moment. Okay, I'm going to put some video on the screen for you right now. Well, in about 15 seconds, I will have video on the screen for you. Hopefully. Is this going to work? Yes. Okay. So we're gonna put video on the air for you. There it is. Look, there it is. There is the SpaceX live feed, but it is not really, they haven't gone to the broadcast yet, but there it is. I have to wait till they play their music. Then after the music, I can turn the volume on. What I also want to put on there is SpaceX video via Reuters and AFP. Okay. Throw this up there. All right, get ready. Dabs Rab says this is going to be a good one. Get ready. I think they're going to be pumped. I think they're going to be excited there. Jen Xer says excited for this. I should put live on this thing down here. Appreciate you being with our coverage. Hey, thanks. Lady Snickers gave out 5 gift subs on Twitch. Thanks so much, Lady Snickers. Thanks also Massachusetts guy for the gift subs. Gave out a couple gift subs. Thank you. Also Jeff Ryam on Twitch. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. We are just waiting for their any moment now. Any moment now, they should go live. Any moment now. Ellen Bridges says, I am excited. Jesse's girl says, it's the final countdown and come sail away. Thank you, Eden James, Kentucky, for watching. Bringing you live coverage. Could launch as soon as a half an hour from now. I haven't heard of any delays. So when they come on, they'll have a clock. Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to shoot. I think it's going to be around. I think the intended time is around 6:30 because they said they were going to start their stream about a half an hour before launch. So it's 6 o'clock right now. So I think they're shooting for 6:30 Eastern. Michelle Batten says, any minute now they will come on. All right. You're seeing it now. You're seeing it now. And I just have to wait till the music stops. Again, I have to just wait. I have to just wait till the music stops. So I'll turn on the audio as soon as the opening happens. Well, I think we're going to be seeing that today, the booster catch. We're supposed to see it today. Hold on.
Good afternoon, Star people, and welcome to the 8th flight test of Starship. It's currently 5:01 p.m. Central Time here in Starbase, Texas, and we're looking forward to tonight's launch of the world's most powerful rocket. Great view there of the vehicle on the pad. I'm Kate Tice, Senior Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX.
And I'm Dan Hewitt with SpaceX Communications. Welcome to our second ever broadcast from Starbase's new Star Factory building. First, if you don't count Monday. But we are at T-minus 28 minutes, 20 seconds, and counting down to a liftoff at the open of our window at 5:30 p.m. Central Time today.
3 days ago, we stood down from a launch attempt after triggering a few holds during the count, which had us hold at T-minus 40 seconds for several minutes, resume the count, and then trigger another automated hold. The final item that ended the day was when we encountered lower than acceptable pressure on the ground spin start system for 2 of the outer engines on the Super Heavy booster. All Raptor engines use high-pressure gas to start up, and we use gas stored on the ground side to start up the 20 outer engines on Super Heavy. By the time this automated hold appeared and the team started to work through it, we also triggered a hold on the booster LOX levels and had to call it for the day.
We were able to trace the spin system issue to just a misconfig on some of the ground hardware, so that had a really straightforward fix. We just took the time, though, to look into some of the other items that resulted in holds throughout the count, including some of our automation was triggering holds on the booster, which we were able to actually clear during that launch attempt by confirming the hardware was healthy, and we had some manual commanding backups. We also looked at some pop-up hardware and software issues on the ship, and just to put us in the best possible spot for a launch today, we destacked Starship, did some repairs inside a ship, and then ran some additional checkouts.
And that brings us to today, just about a month and a half after our last flight, which saw the second ever tower catch of the Super Heavy booster and the first flight of our upgraded ship, which unfortunately ended much sooner than we had hoped. It's important to remember that in development programs like this, progress is not always linear, and there is no comparison to putting flight hardware in a flight environment to learn as fast as possible. We always want to be in the best possible position to achieve our mission objectives, which is why we stood down from launch on our previous attempt and took the time over the last few days to get ready for launch.
Now, the objectives for today's flight going to look very similar to Flight 7. As always, primary payload for these flight tests is data. We are planning to deploy some simulated Starlink satellites and fly a range of experiments focused on reentry. We removed a whole bunch of tiles again from the ship for reentry testing, looking to really stress test it.
We'll also be intentionally stressing the flaps during reentry so we can test the limits of ship before we get ready to attempt future ship catches. So there is a lot of new testing happening today, and as always, excitement is guaranteed.
Now, just a real quick status check. So you could tell we're loading prop onto the vehicle. We were able to get through our prop load go, no go just about 40 minutes ago. And we are loading liquid oxygen, liquid methane on both vehicles, not tracking any vehicle problems, issues on either booster or ship. Weather is green right now. Winds at the pad are actually significantly lower than they are even just for us over here at the Star Factory. Just a couple mile difference makes a big change in those wind speeds. And range is currently projected to be go, but we are always watching any boats that are out there in the ascent and the entry. Now, let's take a couple of minutes to meet today's vehicle. Sitting there on the pad, it's the world's biggest rocket, Starship.
Starship consists of 2 stages, the ship, which has 6 Raptor engines, and the Super Heavy booster, which has 33 Raptor engines. Both stages are fully reusable. Super Heavy is the most powerful rocket ever flown and is designed to launch, return, and refuel, and launch again with 0 refurb between flights.
And then everything else you see around Starship, we refer to as Stage 0. That includes the towers. We've got our second launch tower stacked on the left side of your screen there, getting ready to come online later this year. It also applies to orbital launch mounts, our quick disconnect systems, everything on board. Also the water-cooled flame deflector, which is right underneath Starship. That's particularly cool piece of engineering. It uses several 100,000 gallons of potable water to offset the pretty intense heat pressure coming out of those 33 Raptor engines at the bottom of the Super Heavy booster at the time of liftoff.
Now, you mentioned engines. Of the 6 Raptor engines on the ship, 3 of those are optimized for sea level performance and the other 3 for vacuum. Raptor Vacuum, or RVAC, well, those have a larger exhaust section and expansion nozzle to maximize efficiency in space, as there's no atmosphere up there. The ship as a whole is designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface.
The ship itself has 4 flaps that are used to control its attitude and enable precision landing during subsonic flight. And then for full reusability, the ship has to survive re-entry not just once, but multiple times. It does that by using that heat shield, which is composed of those thousands of hexagonal ceramic tiles, which can insulate the vehicle during re-entry, temperatures spiking up to about 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit in some spots. And a rapidly reusable heat shield has never been flown on any vehicle in history. So continuously improving the one we have, Starship, is still a key focus of our flight test campaign.
And of course, in between our first and second stages is our hot stage. Hot staging is when the second stage engines ignite while still attached to the first stage. There you can actually see a video of our previous hot staging maneuver, or executed on a previous flight. And how the ship's engines light while it's still ignited while the booster's engines are still firing. Basically, the rocket never stops accelerating, which makes it more efficient than traditional stage separation.
And then after we launch the booster, we also have to catch the booster. And we do that by using the 2 robotic arms, the same ones that lift Starship onto Super Heavy before we launch. They also catch the booster when it returns. It means we don't have to have any landing legs in the booster. That's a lighter booster. It means we can put more payload, more stuff going to space.
Thousands of criteria must be met before the booster can return and be caught. It requires a healthy systems and manual commanding from the flight director.
And just like on our previous flights, if that command's not sent before the end of the boost back burn, or if those automated health checks running in the background find any unacceptable conditions on the booster or the tower, they'll kick us out, and the booster can default to a landing burn and a soft splashdown out there in the Gulf.
Yeah, we've said it before. We'll say it again because it still holds true today. We accept no compromises when it comes to ensuring the safety of the public and our team. And the booster return will only take place if those thousands of conditions are right. So as the clock continues to tick down to launch, let's say hello to Chris, who's once again posted up in Hawthorne. How's it going, Chris?
Hey, Kate and Dan, and welcome everyone to Hawthorne, California. As you can hear and as you can see, the crowd is gathering. Excitement is really building here for Starship's 8th flight today. And speaking of flight, let's talk about the Raptor engines, which have quite a workout ahead of them today. Now, our Raptor engines are designed and manufactured right here in Hawthorne, and they have certainly accomplished some impressive things already. They've powered Starship in its first few flights around Earth, and they've helped bring 2 Super Heavy boosters back for a catch by the Mechazilla system at the launch site. But here at SpaceX, we're always looking to improve our designs, and we do this by using something that we call the algorithm. Now, for Raptor, the algorithm has helped us question the requirements for the engine, find the parts that we don't need, and then optimize the design for manufacturability and reuse. This allows us to simplify designs and drives us toward that rapid, reliable reuse. And as you can see on your screen here, it is definitely what we have done with the Raptor engine. Look at that beautiful family photo. You can really see how Raptor 3 is an unprecedented step forward in design. It eliminates the parts we don't need. It moves a lot of stuff inside the engine. And one thing that it also allows us to do is to delete the heavy engine heat shields that are used on the current version of Raptor today. And what that means is that when we switch to the Raptor 3 engine later this year, we'll be able to save about a metric ton of mass per engine. And when you multiply that by 39 or more engines, that's a lot of mass. And that mass savings actually helps us increase Starship's efficiency and the amount of payload that we're able to deliver to space and to Mars with Starship. But before we get to Mars, we still have a lot of important and critical development work to do. And it's flight tests like today's that help us do just that. Needless to say, the Raptor teams here in Hawthorne are very excited for today's flight and to see their hard work fly, just like all of our Starship teams are today for Flight 8. So Dan and Kate, back to you for some more info on Flight 8.
Thanks, Chris. You mentioned development. Let's talk about things that we learned from our last Starship mission. In January, Flight 7 of Starship generated lots of important data. That data led us to change some of our pre-flight testing for today's flight. A major find from Flight 7 was the detection of a harmonic response that was much stronger during flight than anything we had seen during testing.
That's right. Rocket engines create incredible amount of noise, vibration that can pass through every component in the rocket itself. Flight 7, we saw those vibrations at a specific frequency. They were also strong in a strong enough amplitude that it was placing a lot of extra stress on some of Starship's propulsion system. And that's what most likely led to propellant leaks that then cascaded into fires and ultimately our loss of contact with the ship.
As part of our investigation, our team took this flight's ship through a 60-second static fire, which was 10 times longer than any previous static fire. The test cycled through throttle levels to recreate different conditions seen within the propulsion system during flight. You can see that on your screen now. We also tested hardware changes on fuel feed lines to Raptor's vacuum engines.
The additional data we got from this test specifically led to some new hardware that's installed in the RVAC fuel feed lines, which are also unique to this upgraded version of ship. Those feed lines look like large straws. They run through the oxygen tank, and those are delivering fuel directly to those vacuum engines. The new hardware was successful in significantly lowering the strength of that harmonic resonance and relieving the extra stress on the prop system. And then just in addition to new hardware, we made a couple of operational tweaks, adjusting things like the temperature of the propellant as it's being fed to the engines, also changing the throttle level that we're setting those engines at on ascent.
We also looked at where fires broke out in the attic, which is the unpressurized space between the bottom of the ship's liquid oxygen tank and the engine heat shields. Fires here resulted in loss of ship on flights 2 and 7, so we took steps to make it more resilient to leaks. We added a hefty purge system that uses gaseous nitrogen. Similar to the carbon dioxide system on the booster, it floods the zone with an inert gas to help prevent a fire.
Yeah, we also increased the attic's just natural fire defense. We added some more vent holes that helps to keep that attic pressure close to vacuum. As Starship flies into space, makes it harder for a fire to ever exist. And then on the next generation ship, we're going to do the best thing possible and just start deleting some parts.
Yeah, the best part is no part.
The next generation of ship is going to use Raptor 3 engines, which are going to reduce that attic volume, and they're also going to eliminate most of the joints on the engines themselves that can leak into the space.
In the end, these changes represent the core of our test program. We fly hardware in a real-world environment, learn from the data, make updates, and fly again.
And then today we're going to be attempting to do everything that we didn't get to do on Flight 7. So we're still looking to get our first re-entry with the upgraded ship, while we're going to be really intentionally stressing it again to get data on what the vehicle's boundaries are. So everything we've got ahead of us, as always, starts with liftoff, and that's Super Heavy igniting those 33 Raptor engines, lifting off from the pad here at Starbase for that initial ascent. Those all 33 will burn for the first roughly 2 minutes before we get into hot staging.
For hot staging, the second stage will ignite its engines while still attached to the first stage. That will create that stage separation. The booster will perform a flip maneuver and head on back to the launch site here just behind us. Then we will hopefully see the third ever tower catch by the launch tower.
Meanwhile, ship completes its ascent burn, gets into its suborbital trajectory. We've got some extra things we're going to do in space, like deploy those Starlink simulators. Also going to be relighting one of the Raptor engines, one of the sea level engines, before we get into re-entry.
Yeah, that re-entry phase will test multiple experiments, including missing heat shield tiles, metallic tiles, and loading the vehicle's flaps. The ship will then perform a flip maneuver and hopefully achieve a soft water landing as we have seen before. We've got some buoy cams stationed out there to give us great daylight views of that splashdown in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, it's a lot, but again, we're really focused on finding what are the real world limits of Starship. We're doing it in this very remote area to find those limits before we get ready to return ship to the launch site and eventually catch it. And a lot of the upgrades we made to get to this version of ship are going to enable that.
Yeah, man, that's going to be exciting to see ship catch.
It's going to be wild.
Now, Ship 7 premiered a huge block of upgrades to add more capability to Starship, and we've carried them through to test on Flight 8 today. First, the forward flaps got a redesign. They have shrunk and shifted away from the ship's belly or the heat shield. You can see that on your screen there. This new position will reduce their exposure to heating during re-entry. We've also extended the length of Starship, and we've done this by 2 meters. This additional height gives us about 25% more propellant volume, which will aid in future longer duration missions. We also implemented propulsion upgrades, such as new fuel feed line system for the Raptor vacuum engines, as well as vacuum jacketing of feed lines and an improved propulsion avionics module.
And you've heard us talk, a lot of the experiments we're running today are focused on re-entry. We're intentionally removing a whole bunch of tiles all over Starship itself in this missing tile test. They're removed in critical areas this time, including over those propellant tanks, around some of the flaps, as we're really looking to use this flight to push Starship's capabilities. If we're not resilient to a missing tile and the backup ablative underneath, we need to know that. We also test a couple of different tiles on Starship, some metallic ones, one of which has some active cooling built into it.
Avionics also underwent a complete redesign with 4 upgraded Starlink terminals. You can see the location there popping up on your screen. Those now combine Starlink navigation and radio frequency, as well as communications, into a single unit. And non-structural versions of the ship's catch fittings have been installed to test thermal performance, i.e. do they survive re-entry, along with a smooth and tapered edge on the tile line to address hot spots we covered and saw in Flight 6.
And we've got some radar sensors on the tower catch arms again, as we're just looking at different ways to measure distance between the arms and a vehicle. These ones are actually protected by kind of a modified version of our heat shield tiles. Catching the ship's going to be a little different from catching a booster. One of the key things is it's going to do that flip right before its landing burn that rapidly reorients your antennas, which you're using for navigation. So those extra sensors on the ground side help just add more layers of control as ship and tower talk together for the catch.
And in another first, Starship will deploy 4 Starlink simulators. They are similar in size to our next generation Starlink satellites. Starship will have the ability to deploy our advanced V3 Starlink satellites, which will help further Starlink's impact in the coming years as we work to expand access to high-speed internet all around the world.
Each Starlink V3 launch is planned to add about 60 terabits per second of capacity to the Starlink network. To give you some perspective, that's about 20 times the capacity we're adding right now with every V2 mini launch on a Falcon 9. Those Starlink simulators that we're going to deploy are on the same suborbital trajectory as Starship itself. They're expected to demise upon entry. Starship's trajectory looks super similar to our last couple of flights. Splashdown is targeted for the Indian Ocean. And then on top of all of that, again, we are planning to relight one Raptor engine while in space. That just helps us get data on the in-space burns and show Starship is capable of deorbiting.
Speaking of deorbiting, thanks to Starlink, one of the hallmarks of the Starship missions are the incredible views that we get throughout flight, and especially during reentry, as evidenced by many a phone and desktop background around here. Yeah. Every day, we're working to expand the Starlink network both on Earth and in space. For how this all connects us to the big mission, let's head back to Chris.
Thanks, Kate. Personally, I love all those epic views of the plasma wrapping around Starship during reentry. Can't wait to see that later today. And fans of Starship may know that Starlink enables us to bring you lots of unprecedented views, both from space and here on Earth. Starlink is the world's largest satellite constellation operating in low Earth orbit today to deliver high-speed, low-latency broadband internet and connectivity, specifically for missions like Starship today. And as you can see on your screen, Starlink brings us many other views because of its capabilities. In addition to the dozens of cameras on Starship itself, we have mobile camera kits with Starlink deployed in the Indian Ocean, which is what you're seeing some footage of right now on your screen from a previous mission. You'll notice the Starlink mini dish in the foreground here as Starship lands in the background. Just what an image that captured from an earlier flight. Now, Starlink also connects our aerial and cinematography units on the ground at Starbase, which will help us deliver the incredible drone shots leading up to launch today. And here on your screen, you can actually see us moving the flaps, preparing Starship for flight, making sure all of the aero surfaces that need to move during flight can do so in the way that we need them to. Now, on Starship itself, Starlink will enable Starship today to stream more than 120 megabits per second of real-time, high-definition video and telemetry in every phase of flight, including views like you're seeing right now of those flaps moving. This not only helps provide those views, but it also helps give our engineers an incredible amount of data to help us rapidly and iterate across all parts of the system as we move through our development program. And all of the streaming data today will definitely be put to good use with the more than 30 cameras on the vehicle for flight. But providing epic views is sort of a side quest for Starlink. Its main job is obviously to provide internet access for people around the world, many of whom who have never had connectivity before. Now, today, Starlink serves more than 125 countries, territories, and other markets with over 5 million active customers and counting. And there are just so many inspiring ways that people are using Starlink all around the world and in space. And hopefully today, in a few minutes, everyone will get to see more inspiration about what our future in space looks like. And Dan and Kate, how are we looking for Starship's flight today?
Thanks, Chris. We are looking forward to those views as well. In fact, we're getting ready to launch Starship in just over 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
Now, as for a couple status updates, working no major issues on the vehicle. Range is emerald green, you could say. Everything looks great in terms of the sea and airspace here in the Gulf of America, as well as in the Indian Ocean. Of course, we want to make sure both areas are clear as the ship will be splashing down in the Indian Ocean while the boosters can be coming back to us at the launch site just a couple miles behind Dan and I. Weather, you could call it a silver lining that we had to delay from Monday because holy moly, visibility is 1,000 times better today and it's going to make for some really great views. Now leading up to today, we did stack the vehicle later last night. Flight controllers reported to their consoles earlier today. The site was cleared and the range team was deployed.
That's right. And a lot of checkouts have happened just throughout the day, aligning our guidance, navigation, control, getting all the tanks ready for prop load, which has about 4 minutes left to go. You can see us almost topping out on ship, getting ready to top out on booster. And then it also includes getting all the ground support systems checked out, ready to go. Chopsticks were demated, did their wiggle test in advance of their upcoming catch opportunity. So as I just said, prop load's ongoing. We've got a little over about 4 minutes left until, or about 4 minutes. What's 7 minus 4? 4 minutes until we get to closeouts on ship and on booster. We did just hear that the range did pull again green. So we're not tracking any issues right now. Bottom line, things are looking great for launch at the top of our window at 5:30 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah,
Things
very
looking great
exciting.
for launch,
Now, once
guys.
again, we are attempting to catch the booster at the launch tower. If that happens today, it will be the third ever booster catch. This is an aspect that I really enjoy, and it's how the vehicle announces that it is back.
It lets you know.
Oh, yeah. This comes in an audible sonic boom in the area around the return location, which occur when the booster slows down from traveling at supersonic speeds. Similar sonic booms were heard during the return and landing of NASA's space shuttle.
Yes, sonic booms are unique to vehicles returning from space. They're kind of a hallmark of reusable systems like our Falcon 9 rocket and Falcon Heavy. General impact to those in the surrounding area is that brief thunder-like noise. I've been fortunate enough to be here for all of them so far. They definitely let you know the vehicle's coming. Here's a little bit about what it's like to experience it.
And as someone who grew up hearing those sonic booms as the shuttles landed in Florida and now hearing them for Falcon and Starship as well, they really are something to experience. And when you hear them, you just know it's a spaceship telling everyone that it wants to be reused. Great sounds. So as you can hear, the room is getting excited here in Hawthorne. The crowd eager to see Starship fly, as you can see. And here, now behind me in our flight control room here in Hawthorne, you can see some of our folks on console. They're assisting the flight controllers in Starbase, keeping an eye on all of Starship's various systems, including its avionics and those Raptor engines we talked about a little bit earlier. So Dan and Kate, with 4 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock, let's hit it back to you at Starbase and hopefully watch Starship lift off today.
Thanks so much, Chris. Now, if you're just joining us, we're now just about 4 minutes until the liftoff of the 8th test flight of Starship. As we reported earlier, range and weather are both very green, super green, if you will, and everything is looking good. Propellant loading
less than 4
continues
minutes.
to happen. We're going to be closing out very soon on both stages of Starship.
Yeah, we're almost fully fueled on our tanks. We're going to see that closeout coming in just about 30 seconds on ship. So that's both the main and the header tanks. And then about 30 seconds later on booster. Once prop load is complete, we got just shy of 1 million pounds of liquid propellant. That's liquid oxygen, liquid methane onto both vehicles. All of our ground systems will do what's called pushbacks. They'll clear all those feed lines. We're not continuously replenishing the propellant on board Starship or Super Heavy. That's why we essentially have several minutes where we can hang out at that T-minus 40 hold point before we start to run into issues with temperatures or just those LOX levels, or that LOX level on the booster is one of the main things that we watch. So we're also going to do a couple of final checkouts. We'll do one final one of the thrust vector control, the TVCs on the booster. We'll see them hopefully do a little bit of a wiggle test. The first one comes at about 1 minute 40 seconds before launch, and then the last one comes right as we pass that T-minus 40 gate. Again, if we need to hold, which we held a couple of times on Monday, we can do so at that T-minus 40 second. We're not currently tracking any issues that would hold us there, but if we do run into that, we can hang out for a couple minutes.
That would be the point in the countdown, as we mentioned on Monday. That T-minus 40 second point is when we can pause to hold for final checkouts or pressurizations if necessary. But once we pass that T-minus 40 second mark, a number of things are going to occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems will come up to flight pressure. The ship goes to internal power. And after that, the quick disconnect or QD arm lockout. That's removed in preparation for retraction shortly after T0. Once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, as we saw on Monday, we had the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to that T-minus 40 second mark and hold there to assess what happened and if we're able to proceed to T0.
And like we said, that we can hang out at T-minus 40 for several minutes before we start running into some limits, essentially. On our propellant on board. There are a couple of other things, like if we pass the T-minus 10 second point, and the water starts to flow in that flame deflector, and we scrub. That's automatic scrub for the day. Oh, there's our TVC, our thrust vector control checkout. It's got a little bit of a wiggle there on those inner Raptor engines, those 13 inner ones, which are going to be used for that boost back burn and the landing burn. So cool to see those.
Yeah, I love that shot. We don't have that on Falcon. And it's just so cool to see really the business end of the Super Heavy booster.
1 minute. 1 minute. We'll get past 40 seconds.
Ten seconds away from that T-minus 40 hold. We'll see.
It stopped at 40 seconds. It stopped at 40 seconds. Hang on a second.
All right, we are going to hold at T-minus 40. We're watching the temperatures on the ship right now for the ship fuel. Sounds like they're working through that. We might be able to release that hold shortly. All right, sounds like we're going to be able to reset those holds, not tracking any other holds.
Here we go.
And clock is rolling.
35 seconds.
And the clock is rolling once again. We're now T-minus 30 seconds till the liftoff of the 8th flight of Starship.
Our flight director, Joe Schleicher, today is go for launch.
Get ready, here we go.
Let's listen in as he takes us through the final seconds of the count.
T-minus 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Wow.
We got the phone.
Wow.
Vehicle pitching down range.
Crazy.
Over 40 seconds, a little over 40 seconds into the flight, we are seeing 33 out of 33 Raptor engines ignited. Boosters pushing us downrange over the Gulf. Next milestone coming up in just under 10 seconds is going to be max Q, that max aerodynamic pressure.
Max Q.
All right, so we're through max Q. That's the heaviest stresses it's kind of seeing on the way up. Wow, that was pretty incredible.
I'm still recovering. That was amazing. Beautiful views of the vehicle on ascent, pitching downrange away from the launch tower.
Next thing coming up is hot staging. So we're going to look for 6 engines to ignite on ship while we're still attached to the top of the booster. We'll see all but those 3 center engines shut down on booster.
We're hearing the initial call that we are go for booster catch back here at the launch tower. Coming up now on hot staging, the ship's engines will ignite while still attached to the Super Heavy booster, and also while Super Heavy booster will still be under power itself. The clamps holding the 2 stages together are going to release, and Starship second stage engines will
booster
ignite.
engine cut off. Ship engine startup. Stage separation.
There we go, stage separation.
There we go. Ship engines, all 6 Raptors ignited. We're doing that boost back burn. Looks like we got 11 of the 13 that we command for that, so that's going to start sending the booster back. We are still go for booster return, even with 2 Raptors out during that boost back. We can do a full duration one. But looks like we got a ship, 6 engines heading into space, and then we got a booster hopefully on our way back to Starbase. How's everything going in Hawthorne, Chris?
Everything is looking good. The crowd eagerly followed that ascent and now watching the booster coming back. So as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen here, that is ship continuing, and that's a great view of ship continuing on its way to space. They're looking inside the camera, looking at the Raptor vacuum and the sea level engines. The sea level ones there in the center of your screen under. You can see our boost. We're down to 3 engines on the boost back burn. And you can see ship on the right-hand side of that telemetry with 6 engines lit, continuing its ascent to orbit, already over 100 kilometers in altitude. The booster 87 kilometers in altitude and continuing its trek right now back to the landing site and catch site. There's a shutdown. And we just heard a good call out for boost back shutdown. The next thing we should see on our screen is the separation of the hot stage from the Super Heavy booster. We jettisoned that because we do not need it for the landing, but on future iterations of the Super Heavy, that hot stage ring will be incorporated into the booster and we will get it back. But for today, you can see it on the right-hand side of your screen there, just separating off of from the right-hand side of the booster. You can also see the booster doing its liquid oxygen dump there, which is exactly what we would expect for it to do as the booster gets itself configured for the landing here. Now, meanwhile, Starship will continue to coast after it reaches orbit for about 40 minutes or so up to an altitude of 214 kilometers, but it's still got a ways to go there, currently accelerating past 7,500 kilometers per hour there in velocity. And just look at those great views of the booster coming back. The Gulf coastline there just looks absolutely gorgeous.
Starship is on a nominal trajectory.
And there we hear nominal trajectories all around. And Dan and Kate,
so far,
we're at
so good.
5 minutes, 15 seconds here into the flight. Everything looking good for the Super Heavy and for Starship today. What's it like there at Starbase as we get ready to catch?
It was incredible, Chris, to be able to see the mock diamonds with my own eyes. That was amazing. We are standing by for return of booster back to the launch tower. We have heard that we are go for the catch of the booster.
Here we go.
Yeah, this coming from one of our long-range tracking cameras. We're able to see the hot stage separate and fly away. So coming up in just about 30 seconds, we're going to look for the landing burn. We're going to command those 13 inner and middle ring engines to turn on. 13 initially. They bleed off all of that velocity as we're slowing down from supersonic speeds, eventually moding down to only 3 engines for that precision flight into the tower.
Right now, booster using its 4 hypersonic grid fins to help guide itself through this atmospheric entry back for its precision landing at the launch site. Once again, we're going to ignite first the center 13 engines. We should see that coming up here momentarily.
There you go.
Startup.
This is going to come down to 3 engines as the booster slows down for its...
Amazing.
And
all right,
we
guys.
Just heard the sonic
there
boom.
It is. Wow. Right in the arms. How about that?
An incredible sight to see the Super Heavy booster gliding down into the chopstick arms once again.
Booster catch. The 3rd time ever they have caught the booster.
Landing.
Wow. That will never get old.
Very cool.
All right. We saw 12 out of 13 light for that landing burn. Booster still able to make its way with that final precision burn on the 3 engines in for the tower catch. So booster caught. Meanwhile, keeping an eye on ship. Still got 6 Raptors burning. Those are going to continue for about another minute until we'll get to the Starship engine cutoff. Really cool view. Again, a million shout outs to all of our avionics team who make these cameras possible for us. That's looking right down inside essentially the skirt area of ship, where you can see a pretty good view of all 6 Raptors, especially those 3 inner ones, one of which we're going to hopefully relight a little bit later. And we just saw some engines go out. It looks like we are losing attitude control of the ship.
Oh, is that bad? That seems bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's happening? What's happening, guys? This doesn't seem good. It seems to be rolling over. They've lost some engines.
So we're still getting video down from the ship. You can see we've lost several engines and we've lost attitude control of the vehicle.
Oh. Attitude is orientation. They've lost directional control. Well, it just stopped. Stand by. I think there's been a major issue with the Starship, it looks like. Oh, no, we got camera back.
So we'll
This
continue to stick with it.
Promising.
For those of you that just recently joined us, we had a successful liftoff of the 8th test flight of Starship, followed by a successful stage separation. We saw the booster, actually, you can see it just behind us here. The booster had a successful catch back at the tower. Unfortunately, it seems as though we lost the attitude control of the ship. We are standing by as we listen in with the teams on the nets to understand what information we're able to provide you. We will provide that as soon as we are able, but it's pretty incredible to take a moment and see the booster just behind us. Certainly a different view than last time.
And at this point, we've essentially lost contact with the ship. We're no longer receiving telemetry at this moment. So we were only about 20 seconds away or so from the end of that ship ascent burn. We saw several of the engines start to cut out. Once you lose enough of those center engines, you're going to lose attitude control. And so we did see the ship start to go into a spin. And at this point, we have lost contact with the ship. So we're going to listen in for a little bit. I think it's pretty obvious we're not going to continue the rest of the mission today, but just give us a couple more minutes. We'll bring you more information as it comes in.
Okay, so they said that some of the engines went out on the Starship. When that happened, they lost control of it. We saw it spinning around. I don't know if they've destroyed it, because I know they have something where they can destroy the ship if it's out of control, because they don't want it. They want to have some control over it. They don't want it to just debris to land in some random place. So I don't know if that happened, but maybe not. Who knows? But remember, this is right around the same time as Test Flight 7 failed. Test Flight 7, the stages separated, the booster successfully landed, and just shortly after the booster was caught in the chopstick arms on the last test flight, that's when there were issues with the Starship, and soon after, Starship was destroyed. And it fell around Turks and Caicos. It fell, the debris fell down. Well, today, very shortly, once again, successful catch of the booster, incredible. Right after that, just about the same timing, several engines went out on the Starship. It went out of control. They have lost contact with it. So really similar timing. I mean, it wasn't the exact same issue as last time, but the timing, again, is quite similar. Let me make a quick adjustment here. That arrow on the screen is not mine. Let me just switch something here. Okay, that's what I want to do. But yeah, I mean, there's the booster. So really, it looks like another, again, they wouldn't use the word failure. Oh, breaking news, Eric Berger, who is the senior space editor at Ars Technica, he writes, the loss of Starship on ascent during the second flight in a row is clearly a serious setback for SpaceX. That's Eric Berger. He's not somebody who's always critical of SpaceX. He's a space journalist I follow. Now, I assume we might see debris falling somewhere? Maybe? I'm not sure. We saw, last time it had issues around the same time, and we did see debris falling in the Turks and Caicos area in the Caribbean, I believe that was. So I don't know if we're going to see debris this time. I can't imagine that they've regained control of it. Hold on.
Back with you real quick. So can confirm we did lose contact with the ship. Unfortunately, this happened last time too, so we've got some practice at this now. We've got a lot of measures in place, like debris response areas where we coordinate very closely with air traffic control. We have a lot of measures put before we ever launch a rocket to make sure that we're keeping the public safe. Those worked last time, and they're actively in work right now. So just to recap real quick, everything we saw, we lifted off right at the top of our window, essentially at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. Booster was able to get us all the way up into space, made its way back here. It's sitting on the tower right behind us, our third ever catch. Starship ignited all 6 of its Raptor engines. It was just about 20 or 30 seconds away. We'll get exact times from the end of its ascent burn when we started to see some engines go out on ship. Eventually lost attitude control and then lost contact with the ship shortly after. So obviously a lot to go through, a lot to dig through. We're going to go right at it. The primary reason we do these flight tests is to learn. We have some more to learn about this vehicle, but we're going to be right back here in the not too distant future, and we're going to get a ship to space.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We fly to learn, and we're learning a lot. And as is the case with developmental programs such as the Starship program, progress isn't always linear. So at this point, we're going to close out our webcast for the day. But before we do, we'd like to give a shout out to our viewers, of course, as well as our partners, both here in Cameron, here in Cameron County and around the world. Now, once we know more about the mission today, we'll provide you with updates on SpaceX.com as well as at SpaceX on X. As always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Okay, so, all right, so we're going to keep covering this. They stopped their webcast. So one question is, where is this thing going to come down? I assume the debris will come down somewhere. So I am looking for updates on this. I have Flight Radar 24 up. I can't tell you. I have not heard anything or heard reports about where this thing might be. But remember, it came down in the Turks and Caicos Islands area last time. So let me see if there's reports of anything coming down yet. I haven't heard anything I'd consider reliable right now. Let's see here. I'm starting to see Stan Hartwig sent me something. I want to be careful with this stuff. Some people are saying maybe in Florida they saw something. I'm seeing a possible report from Florida. I want to be careful, though, about this. Stan Hartwig sent me something that's a possible sighting of it in Titusville, Florida. Who is this person? He's a photographer. I'm going to post a link in the chat. I don't have the rights to this. I'm going to post a link to the chat. But thanks, Stan, for sending that to me. I have no idea if this is legit. This person named Trevor Malman, who says they are a photographer, they have a bunch of followers. They posted what they say is a video of the Starship debris viewed from Titusville, Florida. And I just posted it on my X account. Okay? If you're seeing more, let me know. I'm sure we're going to see more things get posted of this. Oh, hold on a second. Flights diverting? I'm seeing near Turks and Caicos. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Where's Turks and Caicos? That hasn't diverted. Okay, look at this flight right here. Look at this flight, guys. That flight appears to have diverted. Southwest Airlines, Sunwing Airlines 4410 from Flight Radar 24. Thanks to the viewers who have messaged me about this. Looks like that flight might be diverting. Roughly same area as last time. I don't know if it's the exact same area. I mean, it's roughly the same timing in the launch. Again, I don't know for sure that this is diverting. It's the #1 tracked flight on Flight Radar. It's the right area, and it's a very strange path for the flight to be taking. I'm going to post the video again. Again, I'm not positive, but it appears like a person actually may have already posted a video of the debris, and he saw it from Titusville, Florida. I'm going to post a link again. I just did. Trevor Malman. And again, I don't have the rights to the video. So I don't know. I can't confirm it. But I'll let you know if I see anything else like that. I'm seeing another video Stan posted me. He found from somebody who says they were in Boynton Beach. Sharona sent me this as well. A person named Brian Jackson. Looks like they are in the right place. I will post a link to that as well. I just posted another link in the chat. Thanks to the viewers for sending me these videos. Yeah, people are posting videos on X. People are seeing it from Florida, it looks like. Then I saw another video here. Is this legit? Nick Stewart, who's a meteorologist with Iowa News Now, he says he got a video from Cape Canaveral, Florida, showing re-entry. That's re-entry. Is that the debris? Looks like it is. I'm going to post another video. This is a possible. I just posted the link in the chat for you. But that person who posted that last video is a meteorologist, formerly with Iowa News Now. They look legit. They look like they're a weather expert. Oh, he has 2 videos posted. He just posted another one. Final moments of Starship. Anyways. So are any of these other flights diverting right now? Let's see. That one. What are the top flights? This may have diverted too, for all we know. That's a weird. That one was going to Por Lamar, which is in Venezuela. This one was going to Venezuela, but now it's going in the opposite direction of Venezuela. So it looks like this one may have diverted as well. That's the number 2 tracked plane worldwide. But it's weird. We're seeing people in Florida are apparently seeing debris. So I'm a little confused. I don't know if the debris is spread out over a large area. I'm kind of confused at this point. But clearly that looks like a plane that has, for whatever reason, stopped all of a sudden. That was flying to Puerto Plata, which is in the Dominican Republic, which is down. That plane was flying down, going down here, and it just turned around, basically. That plane has turned around. So again, very similar. The timing, if you're just joining us, the SpaceX test flight that they just did, it has gone very similarly to the previous one in January. What happened for this flight? It takes off, the 2 stages separate, all's good. The big booster rocket lands back on Earth, gets caught by the arms, excellent. And then very shortly after that, major issue with the Starship spacecraft, which is supposed to fly for another hour. Several of the engines went out. It started tumbling out of control, which we saw video of, and apparently debris has started coming down. There's a bunch of videos of people from like Florida who are showing, it's unconfirmed videos of debris. You can see what looks like a couple of planes diverting from this area. I don't know if all the debris is in the same area, and contact was lost. And remember, oh yes, officially you can see here diverting to Georgetown. This plane has diverted. This plane was going to Dominican Republic, which is down here, and it's not going there anymore. And also, but very, very similar on the timing. In January, basically big picture, same thing. Launch going fine, stages separate fine, the booster lands back down, gets caught by the arms, incredible fine, and then shortly after that, a major issue with the Starship, and then it eventually, from what SpaceX said on that flight in January, the Starship destroyed itself autonomously. When things were going wrong, it blew itself up basically. And this looked to be a different issue because on this flight, we had engines shutting down and we had it spinning out of control, which we didn't see we didn't see that on the first flight in January, but really similar timing, it looks like major failure with the Starship spacecraft at around the same time in the flight as the failure happened in January. And we're bringing you live coverage right now. Let me look for some more video. I have posted a couple videos on my X account at Lookner. I will post some more. I'm seeing AZ Intel posted a video from, I guess, somebody spotted debris in the Bahamas, it looks like. These are all unconfirmed videos right now. But I mean, my assumption is that a lot of them, if not all of them, are legit. Yeah, B&O News posted it too. Here's another video. I'm going to post another video in the chat for you via B&O News and Jonathan Norcross. Debris over the Bahamas. Now, the Bahamas, hold on a second here, is over here. Yeah, I mean, we've seen people in Florida saying they're seeing debris. Are any other planes diverting like closer to the U.S.? I'm looking for tracked flights. Let me also just check news as well. I got to check my different sources, and I know people are probably sending me stuff. So I'm sorry if you've sent me something and I haven't seen it yet. But I mean, that diverted that plane. But again, we've seen videos supposedly of people seeing debris in the Bahamas, seeing debris in Florida. So I don't know if debris is maybe spread out over a wide area. That I don't know. I just saw, I think, another one. I'm going to post another one that James Spann posted in the chat. I just posted that for you. That's from the Bahamas. Wow. And again, I have posted several videos. Connie says she's sending me a video. Let me check the messages people have sent me too. Sorry. I'm trying to kind of just check everything at once. Hang on, I got to do a couple things here. Give me one moment. Thank you for sending stuff along, by the way. Feel free to send it to me on X @Lookner. So, again, apparently some kind of major issue with the Starship spacecraft. Is this another one here? I don't even know if that one's legit. I can't even tell. Thanks. I'm just looking. People are sending me various things. And again, I don't know if they're all legit. I don't have the rights to show them, so I'm just trying to post some of these in the chat when I see them and post them on my X account. All right, let me check a couple things here. Just got to check a couple things here. This flight looks like it might be diverting too. There's another plane that's turned around right there. I will try to get you more confirmed information. But again, we've had videos that look to me like they might be legit from Florida, from the Bahamas, of people seeing wreckage. Yeah, people are saying that other flights have diverted too. That one diverted. This plane also looks like it diverted. Look at this one. Now, this was flying to Chicago. Look at this one. See, this was flying. This is very interesting. This plane, this Frontier airline plane was flying to Chicago. So you'd think, well, if all the debris was here, it wouldn't divert, but it has diverted. That's why I was saying it's, because again, people saw debris in Bahamas and Florida. So I don't know what exactly is going on with all these planes. I don't know where debris is coming down. But certainly we've already seen several planes that look like they are diverting or have been confirmed to divert. I mean, here's another one right here. Look, Frontier Airlines. I'm just picking out planes, and that one clearly has turned around. I'm just picking out planes, and you know, it looks like a bunch of them have just turned around. I don't know which ones. I just have to pick them and see. We already showed you that one. We already showed you that one. Oh, Delta Airlines returning to Miami. That was flying to Puerto Rico. See, Puerto Rico's here. So there's another one. This Delta Airlines from Atlanta to Puerto Rico. It had almost made it there. Remind me, I have to remind myself if I'm ever flying to this area to not schedule the flight during one of these launches. Let me just, clearly a number of planes have diverted. Oh, I have another video. Another video posted, hold on a second, that Joel Franco, who I follow, posted. Another apparent video. What is this one? Hang on. I'm going to post a link to another one. I don't know the original poster, but I know the person who reposted it. What is this? I'm watching it right now. Yes. Here. I'm posting a link right now. I'm posting another video link in the chat. Again, I think it's legit. I'm not sure, but it looks like it to me. And I know the person who reposted it. So some of these could turn out to be not legit, but I just posted another one in the chat for you. And that person saw it from, this person, David Virgil, saw it from South Florida. So a number of people in Florida say they saw it and have posted videos. Socrates sent me another one. Wow. Socrates sent me another one from Patty's Parlays. I don't know, again, people might post somebody else's video. I just threw another one in the chat. I don't know if it's legit, but I'm sure a number of these are legit. Blue Steel Kenny, thank you. Blue Steel Kenny thinks that the debris field from that altitude would be huge. Thank you, Blue Steel Kenny and Captain Jerry Donnelly and Kyle and Connie Fernandez and Lucia Harizo, Eamon O'Leary. Thank you, JD63, Matthew Bradford, Kenneth Colton, Sneaky Suspicion, Nicholas Hersant, Jackball TV, Kerry Poteet. So we are bringing you live coverage right now. Again, the spaceship, it appears that the Starship spacecraft, early in the latest SpaceX Starship test flight, lost engines, it went out of control, and it looks like it has been destroyed, and debris came down. And the timing on this is very similar timing to the test flight in January. In both of those test flights, the launch seemed to be going okay, great. After 7 minutes of launch, roughly, the booster, the two stages separated, and in both the January flight and today, the booster stage successfully and incredibly is able to land itself and be caught by the chopstick arms. And both in January and today, shortly after that, the booster gets caught, which is early in the flight. The Starship's supposed to fly for another hour. Very shortly after that, both in January and today, major problems. And it looks like in both cases, the Starship just ended up exploding. SpaceX said on their website that in January, the internal, it destroyed itself. It had a system which destroyed itself when enough was going wrong. Maybe that happened to happen today too. I don't know if it was destroyed or it just automatically kicked in that it destroyed itself. But in both, we have two in a row test flights for SpaceX were shortly after the booster landed, early in this flight, shortly after the booster separates from the Starship spacecraft, some kind of catastrophic issue with the spacecraft resulting in the destruction of the spacecraft and debris coming down. January debris, I believe it was mostly I think it was the Turks and Caicos area. I'd have to go back and look to be sure if all of it fell there. But we have a number of people this time in Florida posting videos. I've seen a video from the Bahamas, and I assume these are legit. And I've seen some unconfirmed videos from other locations too. So I don't know how wide the debris field is. Also, and I'm showing you, we're looking at Flight Radar 24 because a number of flights have turned around. This United Airlines one has turned around. Chicago to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Look at this. Wow. This is the second time major airline, major interference with civilian aircraft. This is the second time in what? When was test flight 7? What day? It was January 16th. So this is the second time in less than 2 months. It's about the second time in about 6 weeks, or 6 or 7 weeks, where you've had a Starship, SpaceX Starship, some kind of catastrophic issue with the SpaceX Starship spacecraft on a test flight, which has caused numerous planes to be diverted. Wow. I hope the debris didn't hit anybody or hit any planes or anything. There's a Delta Airlines that was flying to San Juan just turning around. United Airlines to San Juan turning around. There's another one. Caribbean Airlines. Look at all of these airliners. That one was going to Georgetown from Toronto. Turning around. That was headed for Guyana. That was headed for Guyana. Here's another one. Looks like that one is circling. This plane is circling. I mean, I'm just picking out planes. This plane clearly is just circling around. This one, all these smaller planes are just circling around. I guess maybe they're waiting. Is another one. Plus Ultra jetliner was heading to Port Lamar. Is that Dominican Republic? That is now in some sort of holding pattern, perhaps. Port Lamar is Venezuela. I mean, there are a lot of planes that are just, either diverting or holding, certainly have been impacted by this. That United Airlines one diverting to Miami was flying to Puerto Rico. That one looks like it turned around. That one we already showed you flying to, that one turned around. That Sunwing Airlines one. Wow. Let me try to get you some more information here. This flight from Orlando to San Juan, Southwest Airlines, diverted to Fort Lauderdale. So this has impacted a lot of aircraft. This has impacted a lot of aircraft. Number of flights diverting. And this is the second time. John Ostrower, who is an aviation expert who I follow, says SpaceX lost another Starship shortly after launch from Texas during Flight 8, and we're seeing flights now begin to divert/maneuver, possibly due to potential risk of debris off the coast of Florida into the Atlantic. Other ones near, let me check near Florida. Any others here? I don't know. I mean, I'm just like randomly clicking on aircraft. But clearly a bunch of them have been diverted. Look at this one. Vista America flying to West Palm Beach. This one was flying to West Palm Beach and it's just circling around now. Hang on a second here. What is this one? Yeah, I think we showed this one before. Our viewer messaged about this one, Kyle. Kyle, I think we showed this one before. Yeah, there's a number of planes just kind of out there circling around and holding. But it's not just out in the Caribbean. I mean, I just showed you one off the coast of Florida. Hey, look, this one. Look at this one. Boston to West Palm Beach. Look at this one. Wow. This was Boston to West Palm Beach. I'm in Boston. It looks like it got right about there and then didn't land. Look at this. Wow. A JetBlue flight. It's a JetBlue flight. Wow. It's getting in queue to land? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. Is that how they normally do it there? Is that the normal flight pattern for these flights? It normally goes that far out? This is normal? Is it still normal? Maybe it is. Let's see. Oh, I think it is. I think it is. So that one I think is right. Because look, all these other flights are doing it. I think it's normal because look, here we go. Here we go. All right, that one looks like it's normal. There you go. So it doesn't look like that one's been impacted. Good catch, chat. Anyways, a lot of flights have been diverted though. All right, let me see how to try to get you more information here. A lot of them. That's an example of one of them. And as Ruth says, some of them are in a holding pattern. John Ostrower pointed out how there's a number of, we've saw this before, number of diversions near Turks and Caicos. I don't know the people who have posted videos in Florida. I don't know how far you can see in the sky from Florida. Oh, Sherry mentioned the FAA. Let me check on the FAA website here. Yes, I have it right here. Pete Muntean says the FAA is halting flights into Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Palm Beach, and Orlando airports for space launch debris until at least 8 p.m. Okay? I'm going to get you that right now. I'll get you the announcement from the FAA. I have it right here. I have it right in front of me. I have it right in front of me. Check this out. Ground stop. Departures to Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport in Florida are grounded due to other. Yes, departures from Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International are delayed an average 45 minutes and increasing due to other space launch debris. Miami, space launch debris, average 45 minutes and increasing departure delay due to space launch debris. And there is a ground stop. Ground stop at Miami ground stop at Miami, ground stop at Hollywood, Fort Lauderdale. Ground stop at Orlando. MCO is Orlando. So we have a ground stop at Orlando, at Fort Lauderdale. PBI is ground stop. That's Palm Beach. I have this map for you. Look at this. Wow. Look at this. These are all ground stops. These are all ground stops. Orlando, Palm Beach, Miami, and Fort Lauderdale. Whoa. Give me a moment here. I need a moment. I need a moment. Unbelievable. A ground stop requires aircraft to stay on the ground. An FAA ground stop. All four of those right there. Let me, and again, if you view the details, these say other, again, but also they mention the Miami one says departure delay due to other space launch debris. Fort Lauderdale, departure delay due to space launch debris. And there are ground stops at Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Palm Beach, and Orlando Airport. Wow. Unbelievable. All right, let me get back here. Let me go back to Flight Radar. Big breaking news. We have ground stops in 4 Florida airports after this SpaceX Starship test flight gone wrong, in which the Starship spacecraft early in the test flight had a major issue and apparently debris came down. Will SpaceX pay compensation? I have no idea. A lot of people are impacted by this. A lot of flights being not just delayed, but flights. Number of flights have been diverted. Like this plane is going to Orlando. I mean, they're going to have to. I assume they're going to have to wait until the ground stop is over. I don't know. I don't know if they'll be landing planes there. Let me go to Orlando Airport right now. Let's look at Orlando Airport. Here we go. There's Orlando Airport, a very busy airport. Now, maybe planes are still landing there, actually. That one is landing. That plane is landing coming in. So maybe they're accepting planes and not sending planes out, because I am seeing what looks like a plane landing there right now and another coming behind it. So it looks like planes are coming in. Now, LP96 said they saw planes taking off from Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, I was just showing you the FAA website. So, I mean, that's the best I can tell you. I literally was showing you the FAA website. There's Miami, Fort Lauderdale. I'm seeing that plane. It looks like that plane may have just taken off. Let's see. Is it going up? Looks like this plane may have taken off from Fort Lauderdale. Maybe the ground stop is lifted. That plane looks like it's landing at Fort Lauderdale, right there. Let me go back and check the website. I mean, literally, this is the FAA National Airspace System. It says Fort Lauderdale ground stop till 8 p.m. due to other space launch debris. It mentions here. It says Miami ground stop till 8 p.m. Orlando ground stop to 8 p.m. It doesn't. They haven't updated the page yet, have they? Let's see. I refreshed it. I don't see anything updated. This is the one for, let's see. Facilities included, blah, 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 blah. I don't know how to read all this. O100Z is 8 p.m. though. All right, let me try to get you some updates. Hang on a moment. Airlines diverted, delayed after SpaceX Starship, after SpaceX test flight crash? I don't know if crash is the right word. After SpaceX Starship, after failed, how should I say this? Failure? SpaceX test flight failure? Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, I don't, disintegrated. I don't know if it, crash. Hopefully that gets you the basic idea. All right, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. The current map of the FAA still has the 4. Now, again, it looked like we were seeing planes take off, at least from Fort Lauderdale, but they still have officially ground stops posted at those 4 airports. Just give me a moment to check a couple things. Let me go back to the flight radar for a second. So that's Fort Lauderdale Airport right there. And I mean, it does look like we're seeing this plane take off. Looks like we're seeing a plane take off and a plane come into land. So I don't know unless this plane is landing. No, that plane looks like it's taking off right there. That one, that Spirit Airlines flight. See that right there? Yeah, the altitude's going up. So that one just took off, for whatever that's worth. How about down here in Miami? Miami Airport. That plane looks like it just took off too. So maybe the ground stop has been lifted. But there's an American Airlines plane from Flight Radar 24, which looks like it just took off from that airport as well. For whatever it's worth. Orlando. Clearly planes landing in Orlando. Any of these taking off? Looks like that one's taking off right now. Yeah, I don't know if they've lifted this, but they might have lifted it. But I mean, I just showed you planes taking off at all 3 of those airports. But we have seen a number of airlines, airplanes diverted and delayed. I should say airplanes instead of airlines. Now, I don't know, does this have any impact on SpaceX? Do they just kind of keep going along and doing these launches? I mean, they do need to get approval to do these launches. I think the FAA has to approve them. And I don't know what other approval they need. But, does it just kind of just keep going? Do they just have another one next month? I don't know. Mike Martin, our viewer, thinks they will have to address it. While you're keeping an eye on that, let me check out for some more updates here. So, all right, so this is a plane. It looks like this plane is no longer diverting. So that's a United Airlines plane that was flying to Puerto Rico, right? And it started circling for a while. It was diverting to Miami, but it looks like maybe now it's actually headed to Puerto Rico. That one there. So maybe that one's going to continue onward. I think we saw this last time, that some of the flights that stopped kind of kept going after a while. Same with this one. This one was heading towards Georgetown in Guyana, which is down here. Looks like a similar thing for this one, where it stopped and it was circling, and then it kind of just kept going. So what we're seeing now is we are seeing these planes. It's another one right there. Warsaw to Punta Cana. Stopped, did a circling pattern, and now it's continuing. So maybe whatever, that's in the Dominican Republic. So maybe whatever procedure was in place to divert craft is now over. I don't know, but I am showing you planes that did appear to be diverting or holding, doing that. Also, there was an order for a ground stop for four airports in Florida. And it looks like it still says ground stop, but I just literally showed you I checked 3 of them on flight radar, and there appeared to be planes taking off from all 3 of them. So maybe this still says ground stop officially for Orlando, Miami, Palm Beach, and Fort Lauderdale, and it still says departure delay for space launch debris, but maybe this just hasn't been updated. Or maybe they're just launching. Maybe, another thing they might be doing is only having certain flights take off and not other flights take off. I don't know, but I think it was pretty clear that there were flights taking off there from these. All right, hang on a moment here. I'm going to post in the chat. My ex is at Lookner. I've posted some of the videos people have posted, which appear to show the debris coming down. Some of these people in Florida, I've been posting it on my X account and posting them in the chat. I'll repost some more in a second. Breaking news, we have an update from SpaceX. Here's the post from SpaceX right here. During Starship's ascent burn, the vehicle experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly and contact with lost. Our team immediately began coordination with safety officials to implement pre-planned contingency responses. We will review the data from today's flight test to better understand the root cause. As always, success comes from what we learn, and today's flight will offer additional lessons to improve Starship's reliability. Again, it's that phrase you sometimes hear in spaceflight, rapid unscheduled disassembly. So this is the second. This is the second in a row, second in about 7 weeks, SpaceX Starship test flight. We're shortly into this test flight, about 8 minutes in or so. I may be off by a minute or two, but shortly after the 7-minute mark, because that's when the booster gets caught, the Starship itself, soon after separating from the booster, experienced some kind of catastrophic failure and ended up being destroyed and debris coming down. Red Fox Live says it's a common term used in the space industry. Google AI says it is a euphemism used in engineering. It's a kind of a softer way to describe something which you could describe more harshly. Wow. Well, there you go. Let's see here. Oh, look at Idris Ali. Idris Ali with Reuters says he was en route from Miami to D.C. when the pilot announced there had been some sort of rocket explosion. All airspace near Miami was closed down, and we would be in a holding pattern for the foreseeable future. So that's a Reuters reporter I follow. Was actually on a plane to Miami from D.C., and the pilot actually announced that there had been a rocket explosion and that the airspace was closed down. But again, it's a little odd because, let me just see, is it still full? See, if I'm looking at the FAA sign, it still says, it still says ground stop. Oh, one of these is Miami. Orlando is no longer on this. So I noticed that Orlando is no longer on this MCO. But they say ground stop in Fort Lauderdale, Palm Beach, Miami, and note that they say space launch debris. Departure delay due to space launch debris. But again, we have seen planes taking off in recent minutes from these airports. So it's a little confusing exactly what's happening with that. If I go to, let me just go here to Miami again. I mean, that certainly looks like another plane taking off right there. That's an American Airlines plane. It just left the runway, and the altitude, I'll show you, is going up. 1,500, watch, it'll go up some more. 1675. So that plane looks like it just take off. So it doesn't look like a ground stop at this point, at least. What can I say? I'm just, all I can do is show you what the, unless I'm looking at the, I mean, that's Miami International Airport. So all I can do is show you what the radar is showing. Flight radar 24. All right, let me post some of the videos of the debris. Post some of those for you. I'm just going to post a few of them that I've seen. There's a bunch of them floating around. I'll just post a bunch in the chat. Here's one. Again, I've posted them on my X account as well. You can go over to my X account, @Lookner on X, and check them out. Here's just I'm just going to post a few in the chat right now for people who haven't seen them. Wow, it's just such a similar occurrence to what happened in January, about 7 weeks ago. Feels like it's almost like the exact same thing happening. And we have seen a number of planes that we're holding now appear to have continued along, such as, can I even find them anymore? Let's see. I bet I can. This one. So this was a United Airlines plane going from Chicago to San Juan. It had said diverting to Miami, but it looks like it is now continuing on its way. Yeah, so I don't know if there's any kind of practical impact of the fact that there's been now 2 SpaceX failed test launches where debris came down and numerous planes had to divert. And or a lot of the planes have been delayed as well. Hold on a second. Orlando International Airport just posted 9 minutes ago saying our airport is currently under a ground stop due to space launch debris in the area. Let me show you this. I should have checked this before. Orlando International Airport, 10 minutes ago. Operational update. Per FAA, our airport is currently under a ground stop due to space launch debris in the area. So they're saying they're under a ground stop. Where did the debris land? I don't know exactly where it landed. I mean, I've seen videos purportedly from the Bahamas, Florida, saying they saw it. I don't know what direction they're looking in, how far they can see. I don't know if debris landed near Turks and Caicos. I saw a video that claimed to be from the Dominican Republic of somebody seeing something. This person, Rob Boyd, sent a video in. He said he was in the Caribbean. I'll post a link to it in the chat. I can't verify the video, but I just posted a link to Rob Boyd's video in the chat. I got to be careful with the videos because I don't have the rights to them, you know. So, but I'm posting a bunch for you guys. And I have to assume a lot of them are legit. Again, I'm posting the videos on my X account. I'll actually, my X account. Maybe I should pin this. For some videos, check my X account, and I'll post a link to my X account. But I can only show what I have the rights to. Hold on a second here. Hey, thanks to all of our moderators who are here. We have on Twitch A Moment of Lovely, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over on X. Also, we have, hang on a moment, on YouTube, Beth Mythical, Ruth Grafasi. Hope nobody was hurt by the debris coming down. How about if I change the headline to Airplanes Diverted, Deployed Due to Debris from Failed SpaceX Test Flight? I'm going to have to shrink this. Shrink the headline. There we go. Karina Walkin over on Facebook says, I'm in Turks and Caicos. I saw the explosion. Thanks, Margaret Riley, for moderating over there on Facebook. And Paul Anderson, thank you. A number of our viewers, like thank you, Kenneth, by the way, like Carlos Rosa, thanks, Carlos. A number of our viewers have asked if SpaceX is forced to reimburse the airlines for these delays and diversions. I have absolutely no idea. It's a good question. I have no idea. Thanks, by the way, to Ken Lance for your support, Captain Jerry Donnelly, Gordon Gott. Thank you, Gordon, for your support. Shadow 6530. Georgina Stoliker. Michael McIsaac, thank you. Who says this will be something to keep an eye on. Pineapple Pen. Kyle. Groovy Goose. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Thanks for your support. And also, Who Shot JR, Too Many Records on Twitch. Thanks for your support. Device X. I appreciate it. What was I going to check here? Hang on. Also, President Trump signed about a half hour ago an executive order establishing the strategic Bitcoin reserve and U.S. digital asset stockpile. I don't know what that executive order says or what the practical result of it will be, but he did act. That's coming from the White House. That is coming from the White House. But again, I don't know what practically that will mean. Flight Radar 24 had posted earlier, just to show you, we've been talking about this. They said diversions aplenty across the Caribbean following the loss of another Starship. And then we've also been talking about this. Some flights are rerouting back to their original intended destinations, which we have been showing you. Thank you also, Chris, Canada, Quebec City, for your support. And Lewis R. Hey, thank you, Lewis. Lewis says accidents happen. Accidents certainly happen with space flights and test flights, but one does wonder if the FAA is engaging in proper oversight. We've seen in aerospace that self-regulation doesn't ensure safety from the 737 MAX saga. Thank you, Lewis R. Our viewer Pineapple Pen says, following the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster, the Space Shuttle fleet was grounded for over 2 years. That's how sane, competent people handle a catastrophic failure. Now, fortunately, on neither of the last two test flights, they were not manned flights, and nobody died on them or was hurt. But again, I don't know if the fact that this has happened twice in 7 weeks, the same general thing has happened. The specifics, I'm sure, are different of the crashes. But that you've had 2 SpaceX test flights in 7 weeks, both of them around the same time in the flight, early in the test flight. Major issue with the SpaceX Starship spacecraft, and it ends up, being destroyed in the air and debris coming down and aircraft having to divert and flight delays. Is there going to be any practical result of that? Can they just carry on as normal, or will there be some kind of resistance to them carrying on as normal? Or will they just be out testing another flight in 6 weeks? I have no idea. I don't know. Something I also don't know, and I can't answer, I just don't know. Will it make a difference? I mean, obviously, Elon Musk is very close and involved. He's a part of this administration. If it were a different administration without Elon Musk in it, would the answer be any different to that question? I can't tell you. I have no idea. I have no idea. I just don't know. Oh, update. Looks like the ground stops have stopped. The ground stops have stopped. No more ground stops. I bet they lifted them before it looked like they were lifted before they updated their website. So, no more ground stops. The ground stops, Orlando is off the board. Fort Lauderdale, no ground stop. It just says departure delay due to space launch debris. Miami says departure delay, no ground stop due to space launch debris. And West Palm Beach Airport Palm Beach International Airport is no longer on this either. So the ground stops have all been canceled. The Florida ground stops. Ruth says that's over. Yes. Barry says stop the stop. So those ground stops are done. Oh, you know what they have? They have a list view. List view, and they have map view. Anyways. All right. So that's good. That's a good update. Good update. I like hearing that. You can see some flights have that were delayed or got diverted, continued along like that one. It's just weird. I mean, it's real. It's like the timing was so similar in this flight to the last one. Just about the same time in the flight. I should show you guys again. Do you guys want to see again when it kind of went out of control there? We didn't even watch that again. We should watch that moment when the aircraft started, when the spaceship started spinning around. It was strange. Okay, I'm gonna play this now. What I'll do, let me just put it on the screen. It's not gonna take very long. Okay, so this is, put this up on the screen here. Earlier, SpaceX video via AFB. Obviously, that's too big. So what I'm going to show you is, we'll just pick it up from where this incredible thing that they do, which is the booster rocket coming back and being caught in the mechanical arms. So we'll pick it up from there, and I think it's shortly after this, right?
What an incredible sight to see the super heavy booster gliding down into the chopstick arms once again.
Thank you very much for the booster.
So just to be clear, at this point, this is about 7 minutes into the test flight. There's supposed to be about an hour more of the test flight at this point. But at this point, the booster is caught and the Starship is continuing.
Stuck the landing.
Wow. That will never get old.
All right. We saw 12 out of 13 light for that landing burn. Booster still able to make its way with that final precision burn on the 3 engines in for the tower catch. So booster caught. Meanwhile, keeping an eye on ship. Still got 6 Raptors burning. Those are going to continue for about another minute.
All right, now what I'm going to do here, I want to make it so that you guys can see the bottom of the screen. Okay, so keep an eye on down here because I think we're going to see some of the engines go out. See down here, that's where the engines are. And some of those will go black.
Until we'll get to the Starship engine cutoff. Really cool view. Again, a million shout outs to all of our avionics team who make these cameras possible for us. That's looking right down inside essentially the skirt area of ship where you can see a pretty good view of all
right
6
there,
Raptors,
right there. We just lost
those
them.
3 inner ones, one of which we're going to hopefully relight a little bit later.
All right, I'm going to play this again. But right there is where you saw like several of the engines just go out and then it starts spinning out. All right, so I'll play that again. And I'll just let it play this time.
And a million shout outs to all of our avionics team who make these cameras possible for us. That's looking right down inside essentially the skirt area of ship, where you can see a pretty good view of all 6 Raptors, especially those 3 inner ones, one of which we're going to hopefully relight a little bit later.
Right, it's just spinning now.
And we just saw some engines go out. It looks like we are losing attitude control of the ship.
It's just spinning. You can see the Earth in the back. Wow.
Ship FTS is saved.
So we're still getting video down from the ship. You can see we've lost several engines and we've lost attitude control of the vehicle.
Attitude control means they can't control the direction. Can't control the orientation. And I think it comes back for a little bit.
So we'll continue to stick with it.
Just about 8. There you go.
For those of you that have...
Hold on. Look at the bottom.
Just recently joined us, we had...
Look at, I just noticed you can see this here is like spinning around on the bottom here. Could you see that before? Because I think that's the orientation. Yeah, you see it start spinning, right? Keep an eye on the bottom there.
One of which we're going to hopefully relight
See, it's
a little bit later.
Around. I just noticed that.
And we just saw some engines go out. It looks like we are losing attitude control of the ship.
Ship FTS is saved.
Ed Weeby says this is why we test things.
So we're still getting video down from the ship. You can see we've lost several engines and we've lost attitude control of the vehicle. So we'll continue to stick with it.
See, you can still see the thing turning
around. For those of you that just recently joined us, we had a successful liftoff of the 8th test flight of Starship, followed by a successful stage separation. We saw the booster, actually, you can see it just behind us here. The booster had a successful catch back at the tower. Unfortunately, it seems as though we lost the attitude control of the ship. We are standing by as we listen in with the teams on the nets to understand what information we're able to provide you. We will provide that as soon as we are able, but it's pretty incredible to take a moment and see the booster just behind us. Certainly a different view than last time.
And at this point, we've essentially lost contact with the ship. We're no longer receiving telemetry at this moment. So we were only about 20 seconds away or so from the end of that ship ascent burn. We saw several of the engines start to cut out. Once you lose enough of those center engines, you're going to lose attitude control. And so we did see the ship start to go into a spin. And at this point, we have lost contact with the ship. So we're going to listen in for a little bit. I think it's pretty obvious we're not going to continue the rest of the mission today, but just give us a couple more minutes. We'll bring you more information as it comes in.
So that was what we just saw a little earlier. Yeah, it's a really similar. They said that was during the ascent burn, right? Because in the previous on the last flight, I'm looking at the SpaceX website description of test flight 7. After vehicle separation, Starship's 6 second stage Raptor engines powered the vehicle along its expected trajectory. Approximately 2 minutes into its burn, a flash was observed in the aft section of the vehicle. So it's really similar timing. It sounds to me like there's this burn that happens. The engines on Starship are going after it separates from the booster, and in both of these, I believe in both of these crashes or these test flight failures, you have had an issue when it was both about a couple minutes after the burn, both a couple minutes after the separation, when those Starship engines are burning. Now, some of you think it's like same failure. I have no idea. I don't remember the last one. We didn't see engines go out and then it's spinning around. We saw, I mean, there was like some visible fire, I believe, in the last one. Something else I thought about was, so remember on Monday they got to 40 seconds and they put into a hold, and then they said that without getting into it, they talked about on the last attempt on Monday, they said there were a number of issues that came up shortly before launch that they couldn't figure out and get done, deal with enough to get it. They couldn't solve the issues and get them fixed before launch. Today, there was a very brief hold at 40 seconds. Very brief. I don't know if any of the issues that they were holding for on Monday or whatever thing they held for briefly today had anything to do with this. I have no idea. But do you want to see? So I can just forward through here to just show you when they signed off. Oops, hold on a second. I think I just rewound. Hold on, let me just do this. I messed up something here. Where did it go? What did I do? I know what I did. Hold on. What happened here? Oh, I got it. Sorry. Let me get to where they sign off. Here, this is their sign off.
All right, so coming back with you real quick. So can confirm we did lose contact with the ship. Unfortunately, this happened last time too, so we've got some practice at this now. We've got a lot of measures in place, like debris response areas where we coordinate very closely with air traffic control. We have a lot of measures put before we ever launch a rocket to make sure that we're keeping the public safe. Those worked last time, and they're actively in work right now. So just to recap real quick, everything we saw, we lifted off right at the top of our window, essentially at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. Booster was able to get us all the way up into space, made its way back here. It's sitting on the tower right behind us, our third ever catch. Starship ignited all 6 of its Raptor engines. It was just about 20 or 30 seconds away. We'll get exact times from the end of its ascent burn when we started to see some engines go out on ship, eventually lost attitude control, and then lost contact with the ship shortly after. So obviously a lot to go through, a lot to dig through. We're going to go right at it. The primary reason we do these flight tests is to learn. We have some more to learn about this vehicle, but we're going to be right back here in the not too distant future, and we're going to get a ship to space.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We fly to learn, and we're learning a lot. And as is the case with developmental programs such as the Starship program, progress isn't always linear. So at this point, we're going to close out our webcast for the day. But before we do, we'd like to give a shout out to our viewers, of course, as well as our partners, both here in Cameron County and around the world. Now, once we know more about the mission today, we'll provide you with updates on SpaceX.com as well as at SpaceX on X. As always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
So it just kind of ended kind of quickly. Wow. Guys, wow. All right, let me see if I have any more updates for you. In case you missed it, SpaceX did post about this and said, in case you missed what SpaceX posted about it, SpaceX said, SpaceX said, during Starship's ascent burn, the vehicle experienced a rapid, unscheduled disassembly, and contact was lost. Our team immediately began coordination with safety officials to implement pre-planned contingency responses. We will review the data from today's flight test to better understand root cause. As always, success comes from what we learn, and today's flight will offer additional lessons to improve Starship's reliability. Van Gambler says, how these things carry people into space safely, I have no idea. Look, I mean, SpaceX has this reputation. They say what they do is they want to do these test flights under real world conditions and use what they find to make fixes. Obviously, I think it's pretty obvious that if you're actually carrying people, you can't have these kind of regular failures. Now, look, SpaceX has carried astronauts to the International Space Station, but not with the Starship. This is a new launch system, the SpaceX Starship, which has a super heavy booster, and the Starship spacecraft. So, but if this launch vehicle is supposed to be what gets humans. It's supposed to be used to get humans to the moon, to get humans to Mars and beyond. Jen's Crunchy Vac says, I wonder when they will try again. Also, I guess crypto has, I don't know. Hold on, let me check this current price here. I don't know that there's been this move with crypto. So Bitcoin, you can see, was up around 90. And this was about, like an hour ago. I don't know if, Now remember, something else that happened about an hour ago, if I have this right, is that President Trump signed an executive order creating a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Although I don't know the specifics on what that order says, I don't know any kind of specifics on how that order might be implemented and what it might look like to do that. So, also in 10 minutes, it could be back up to 90. So I have no idea if this has anything to do with that executive order, or if it has anything to do with what happened in the SpaceX test flight, or maybe it has nothing to do with either of those things. I don't try to figure this stuff out. And I certainly don't know in this case. So just letting you know about that. Bice Rider thinks it's normal volatility. That is a pretty big, fast drop, but these things can happen with crypto. So again, I just don't know. That is beyond me. But at one point we had 4 airports in Florida, Palm Beach, Orlando, Miami, and Fort Lauderdale, all with ground stops due to this space debris from this failed test launch. Oh, thanks. Hey, guys. David Virgil said we could show his video. David Virgil said we could show his video from Sunny Isle Beach. He says he watches the streams. He's been watching for 7 years. Hey, I have a video to show you from David Virgil. He just messaged me. So here's one video. Now, this is one, I think I actually already reposted this on my X account. And look, just to be clear, I have no reason to think this is not a real video, but I can't verify it myself. That's a caveat. But there's been a lot of these videos. So again, my best understanding is that this is a legit video. And David again messaged me and said I could use it. Thank you, David. So hold on, I'm going to show you this. Let me start at the beginning. So David says, Starship explosion as seen from South Florida. And again, I'd already posted it on my X account, but I just saw that David messaged me. So it was very nice of him. So here is David's video, which he said was taken from Sunny Isles Beach, Florida. Wow, look at this. Look at this part of it. Wow. Amazing video. Incredible. David just messaged me. He said, sorry about the shakiness. And I don't really care about that. He did an incredible job. So, again, that's our viewer, David Virgil. I might play that again because it's so good. By the way, Sunny Isles Beach. Let me just show you where that is. He said South Florida. Yeah, I'll play that again. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I want to wait. I'm going to wait to play it again. I wanted to show you something here. Before I play it again, let me just show you what we're talking about here. Sunny Isles. Is it Sunny Isles Beach? Okay, Sunny Isles Beach, if I'm pronouncing it right, is right here. It is north of Miami Beach, south of Hollywood, Florida. There's Hollywood, Florida. There's Miami. And it's right here, north of Bal Harbor in Surfside. Justin said, you see it flip around and break apart. We're going to show that video again. David says, I take photos as a hobby. Again, this is David Virgil. He said he's been watching the channel for years. David says, I take photos. So David wrote in, he said, I take photos as a hobby. I usually see launches from Cape Canaveral, but this is the first time I've been able to see a Starship launch from down here. Chaz says, time to update your resume. David says, pretty amazing. I wasn't expecting to see it from my area. So we're going to show you this again. Again, David Virgil at David Virgil 97. I'm telling him he should sell the video. He said it looked unusual because there was suddenly a bright dot in the sky. Interesting. Interesting. All right, let me show you again David's video. He said, I quickly zoomed in, but my camera was out of focus. At first. I'm telling him he did an incredible job. All right, let's watch David's video. This is really, so what are we seeing it? Is the first part of the video, kind of rotating around? All right, I'm going to play this again. I'm just asking him if the first part of the video is it rotating around. Thomas Darwin says SpaceX will want his video. All right, let's look at this again. Okay, I'm going to play you again. Our viewer, David Virgil, who was in South Florida, he says, looks like it. Okay, so this is from David. And what I'm going to do is, maybe I'll make it like this. So let me play this. So is this, guys, is the first part it's spinning around. Let's watch this. Right here. Look at that. Look at that right there. Look at that. Is that it just spinning around right there? Wow. So he got it spinning around, and then watch what he got. Wow. Look at this. Incredible. I hope it didn't hit anybody. What incredible video that is. Great job, David. By the way, I need to take my headphones off. The broadcast might pause for a second when I take these out. Let's see. Give it a second if we pause for a second. Sometimes this happens when I take them out. Right now, we're going to pause for a second. I'm coming back. Here we go. Now we're back. Now we're back. That was an incredible video. Big thanks to David. Yeah, I've posted some other videos. Oh, hold on. I've posted some other videos on my X account. But big shout out. Hey, thanks again to our viewer, David Virgil, who let us... David says, I wasn't watching your stream at the time, the SpaceX stream at the time, because I was recording the video. That was really cool. No, Karen says, is this the same spacecraft that goes to the International Space Station? No. I think that's a Falcon rocket, and I forget what the capsule is. This space launch vehicle is in the testing phase. So they have not flown humans on the Starship. What is the Dragon? Our viewers are saying it's the flights that take crew members to the space station. Isn't that the Falcon rocket and the Dragon? Isn't it the Falcon rocket and the Dragon spacecraft, right? Dragon capsule? I think. Anyways. But this is intended to take astronauts in the future to the moon and to Mars. In addition, also to take cargo to space as well. Sid the Kid, I have not heard of any damage from this. I have heard of no reports of debris damage yet. Hopefully we don't hear any. Hang on a second here. M. Martinez says, really good video. Thank you, David. Hey, look, I can show you a photo here too. Here's some photos. Wow. Oh, that's just the test flight. I don't think that's the debris. That's just the flight. Hold on. These aren't debris photos. Anyways, SpaceX's latest Starship test flight ends with another explosion. Let me just check something real quick here. Hang on. Oh, I have a photo, I think. I have another photo. Well, I mean, I already showed you a video. Let me just see what else I have here for you. Yeah, via Reuters. Via USA Today, via Reuters. You can see here. Via USA Today, via Reuters. That's a photo there. It says, debris from Starship SpaceX mega rocket moves through the atmosphere as seen from Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary in Collier County. In Thursday. Collier County at the Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary. The article says Andrew West was there when he saw debris lighting up the sky above. This article from, again, USA Today Network via Reuters also says the news press and Naples Daily News editor Dave Holmes said he saw the debris from his home in Cape Coral, Florida. I wanted to check in on a new burrowing owl nest a few lots away from our house, and I took binoculars outside just after sunset. To the south, first it appeared as a bright pinpoint of light in a cloud, moving rapidly from west to east. Then it started to spiral as it continued moving east, trailing a comet-like tail. And here's the headline from Reuters. SpaceX Starship explodes in space, again raining debris over Caribbean. SpaceX's Starship spacecraft tumbled and exploded in space Thursday, minutes after lifting off from Texas, dooming an attempt to deploy Mach satellites in the second consecutive failure this year for Elon Musk's Mars rocket program. Several videos on social media showed fiery debris streaking through the dust skies near South Florida and the Bahamas after Starship's breakup in space, which occurred shortly after it began to spin uncontrollably with its engines cut off. The failure comes just over a month after the company's 7th Starship flight also ended in an explosive failure. By the way, both of these failures of Starship happened early at the flight, roughly around the same time in the flight. The back-to-back mishaps occurred in early mission phases that SpaceX has easily surpassed previously, indicating serious setbacks for a program Musk has sought to speed up this year. The heavy first-stage booster returned back to land as planned, but minutes later, SpaceX's live stream showed the Starship upper stage spinning in space. Yeah, we watched that a couple times. While a visualization of the rocket's engine showed multiple engines shut down before the company confirmed it had lost contact with the ship. It was not immediately clear whether the explosion was caused by SpaceX's automated flight termination system, which triggers when something on the rocket goes wrong. The ship showed signs of failure before its explosion. The FAA had issued ground stops at Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Palm Beach, and Orlando airports because of space launch debris, but those are now removed. In January, the SpaceX flight ended 8 minutes into the flight, very similar timing, when the rocket exploded in space, raining debris over Caribbean islands and causing minor damage to a car in the Turks and Caicos Islands. What happened with the moon lander? We watched the press conference on that. The Intuitive Machines moon lander, they're still not sure where exactly it is and what orientation it's in, but they say they believe it's not in the correct orientation. And then you see here, AP says, nearly 2 months after an explosion sent flaming debris raining down on the Turks and Caicos, SpaceX launched another mammoth Starship rocket on Thursday, but lost contact minutes into the test flight as the spacecraft came tumbling down and broke apart. This time, wreckage from the latest explosion was seen streaming from the skies over Florida. It was not immediately known whether the spacecraft's self-destruct system had kicked in to blow it up. It was not immediately clear where it came down, but images of flaming debris were captured from Florida, including near Cape Canaveral, and posted online. SpaceX later confirmed the aircraft experienced a rapid, unscheduled disassembly during ascent engine firing. We don't know why that happened yet. NASA has booked Starship to land its astronauts on the moon later this decade. SpaceX's Elon Musk is aiming for Mars with Starship, the world's biggest and most powerful rocket. By the way, so we covered 2 space launches today. Well, no, we covered 2 space events, and they were both, I think you could say they're both failures. I mean, they're not complete. I'm sure you could argue that you learned a lot, but there certainly were significant failure aspects to both of them. Earlier today, we covered the attempted landing of the $62 million Intuitive Machines Athena moonlander, which NASA had paid them to do, and that did not land properly, and it appears that that mission is not going to be able to be carried out because from what we last heard, it's not in the correct orientation on the moon. And then we have this on the same day, just hours apart from each other. Wow. Dash borderless says bad day for space. I mean, I don't know. You know, it's one thing if you can learn from these things. There's one world in which you learn from these things, you make improvements, and you move forward. There's another world in which these incidents show that something is fundamentally wrong. You know, with the Intuitive Machines lander, remember earlier this week, a different company's lander landed successfully on the moon. That's also a company that's being supported by NASA. Intuitive Machines has tried it twice. Last year, their lander on the moon landed and then tipped over on its side. This year, it landed on the moon, but something happened and it's not in the right orientation now. And so they've had 2 in a row that didn't go the way they wanted them to. And today we saw for the second straight SpaceX test flight, a major issue early in the flight. And as the Reuters article mentioned, I mean, it's not that there was a failure trying something new. You know, it's not like, well, we got farther than we did before. As they say, where is it here? The back-to-back mishaps for SpaceX occurred in early mission phases that SpaceX has easily surpassed previously, indicating serious setbacks for a program Musk has sought to speed up this year. So it's not just that they're trying something new for the first time and then they initially fail at that part. This is a benchmark that they've met previously. This launched from Texas. So will this ultimately, for SpaceX, will this ultimately be a blip? And then in a year from now, we're not even talking about this because they fixed everything? Or is it more of a serious, in the big scheme of things, does this end up being part of a more serious roadblock? I don't know. Saban Nation thinks it was a partial success. But, I mean, you're going to have a bunch more successful test flights, I think, before humans are put on this Starship system. But maybe they'll be able to do it. Wickedest Witch thinks back to the design boards. Also, I don't know enough about it, but it's really interesting that it happened right around the same point in the flight. I don't know when the next launch would be. That's something where they have to figure. I'd assume what has to happen is SpaceX needs to try to figure out what's gone wrong. And then when they think they've figured it out, they can I guess, ask the FAA to approve another launch. So I don't know when it's going to be. No File says FAA may delay based on failures. Will they? Also, again, I don't know how this works. The FAA is part of the Trump administration. So if Elon Musk says to Trump, trust me, I got it fixed, will the FAA just approve it? I don't know. I don't know how it works. Ralph Walters thinks it should be at least 5 months, and Ralph thinks they clearly have a systemic flaw in the current design. Eric says they have to build another rocket. Well, I wouldn't think they have to build another booster because they've recovered the booster, but they don't have how many Starship spacecrafts do they have? Because they've now lost 2. How many do they have, like a warehouse with several extra SpaceX Starships spacecraft? Can they build them pretty fast? Because they have lost 2. Messi thinks it's a lot. Loki says multiple. I honestly don't know. Nigel says they're built in advance. How many of them? Justin Lawrence, thank you. Justin thinks the space shuttle was better. Thank you to Justin Lawrence. Thank you to Dylan Bauman, by the way. Dylan, I'll see if I can find the video. Oh, Josh Zandman thinks Bitcoin is crashing because the U.S. isn't buying new Bitcoin for the reserve. They're using crypto that's been recovered. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the. I've heard that was maybe a proposal for the Bitcoin reserve. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I haven't had time to look into it. Our viewer Lookner thinks that the fall was not a free fall. The rockets were still firing, hence the possible crash area circumference. So Lookner thinks that you could have more debris area because rather than it just falling out of the sky, the engines were still going for a longer period of time than I guess last time, which is an interesting thought. I don't know. Perez Nove said the same thing about the Bitcoin reserve. I'll check this quick. I'm not going to make this a whole stream about the Bitcoin reserve because we've been on a while covering this, and it's just not what it'd be too big a jump in story. But I'll see if I can really quickly get you that information. Really quickly. Trump signs executive order to establish government Bitcoin reserve, says AP. I don't think it says anything here about what coins would be in the reserve. Oh, the executive order also creates a U.S. digital asset stockpile where the government will hold seized cryptocurrencies other than Bitcoin. Is it? Oh, under Trump's new order, the U.S. government will retain the estimated 200,000 Bitcoin it has already seized in criminal and civil proceedings. I haven't read the executive order. Doofus says they are not buying any crypto. They're just using the stuff they've seized. Is that true? Yeah, Reuters says the reserve will be capitalized with Bitcoin owned by the federal government. So that would mean they're not buying any more of it. Reuters says it is not clear how such a reserve would work or how it would benefit taxpayers. I don't want to get it. We're covering SpaceX right now, so I don't want to get too far afield. I'm just going to take a few more comments here. Oh, this is an interesting video too. I guess this is from the Bahamas. I'm going to post a link to this in the chat. James Spann posted a video from somebody named Jared Long. I just posted that video in the chat. It's another video of debris coming down from apparently from the Starship. Sorry, I'm trying to. People have been sending me a lot of messages. So I'm just trying to go through some of the messages. And I know people have been sending me links to videos and stuff like that, so I've been trying to talk about some of those. There's a lot of videos floating around. So I appreciate everybody who's been writing to me during the broadcast. Lucia Harizo says, who is responsible for the cost airline passengers suffer? A lot of these look like vacation goers, so hotels, etc. cost, maybe even missing cruises. Yeah, I honestly don't know. I don't know. I don't know if anybody pays them. I don't know how that works. Does SpaceX end up compensating people who've get a financial hit from this? That I don't know. It's a very good question. Yeah, again, there's a lot of videos floating around. I don't have the rights to these videos, so I can't play them, but I really appreciate people sending them in. If you, for example, go on X and you search around, I'm guessing on TikTok they're there too, but thank you guys for sending them in. One of our viewers said, any reports of injuries? No, I haven't heard any reports of injuries or damage. Sports Card Collector said any reports of injuries. There's a video supposedly over Miami where you could see it. Let me show you. Thanks to Shadows for sending this to me. I'll post a link to this one too. Again, I think it's legit. Let me. I just posted it in the chat for you. This person named Nikki said Starship over Miami. I was just trying to see the various things people have sent me. Sorry if I missed stuff you sent me. Somebody said they sent me a video and I never saw it. Then Carol Alfonso sent me a video from somebody on a plane. Our viewer, Just Josh, said, I'll post this. Our viewer, Just Josh, I just posted a link in the chat to this video. Just Josh said this is from a friend in Aventura, just north of Miami. I mean, if you just look up Starship Miami on X, you'll find a ton of videos there. There's a lot of people who posted stuff. I'm going to repost this one on my X account. I think it's real. I don't know for sure, but I think this one is real. I mean, it's similar to some other ones. Again, I posted it in the chat. I'll post it in the chat again. I don't have permission to show it. This person, Nikki, took it, I guess. So, yeah, my guess it's real. All right, guys, look. I think we might be getting to the natural end of this stream. Alex Price says, I live in the Fort Lauderdale area. My Ring app is overloaded with videos of the debris. I didn't manage to get a good angle on it when it happened. Wild. Thanks, Alex Price. Thanks also to Raisback as well. Thank you, Raisback. Should we watch David's video one more time? Let's watch one last time. Let's watch David's video. Our viewer, David Virgil, sent in an incredible video. If you missed it, rewind the stream. You can go back and watch the whole thing. You can watch our coverage of the flight. You can rewatch the video. The video of the flight, the video of it spinning around. It's all on the stream. But let's one more time just show you David's incredible video, our viewer David, which he sent in. Here is David's video from South Florida, north of Miami Beach. You can see it spinning around right there. It's spinning around. It's spinning around. And now watch this. Now, incredible video by David. One of our viewers said, where did it land? It's a great question. I don't know that it landed like in a significant piece. I mean, maybe by the time it got down to ground level, it was kind of just spread out, or maybe pieces landed on the water. I honestly don't know. It's a good question. You know, it was pretty high up there when it started coming down. So, I have not heard about debris landing. I just don't know. But David Virgil, incredible video. So look, we'll have to see where this all goes. But I'm sure if you want to find more videos, there's more online. So Warren Tinsley says it landed like everywhere. Suzanne Berry says it's amazing to me no one is injured in all the debris. I mean, maybe it just fell down on the water. I don't know. Rita Evans Lang says, imagine being outside and seeing that if you don't know what was going on. Paula Thompson says it's a great video. Hua Yoshi says people don't seem to know what a test launch is. All right, guys, I think we're getting close to that time. T-Wiki says they have a production line of Starships. I've seen some claims online that they have a bunch of them, bunch of Starships in different phases of production, but I can't confirm that myself. All right, anyways, we have been here covering the SpaceX Starship launch. We watched how it, at a very similar time to the last test launch in January, there was a major malfunction and it came down as debris. So that has now happened twice in a row at roughly the same time in the test flight. How big a hiccup is this going to be? How big a hindrance? Will it slow down the SpaceX Starship program? I have no idea. I will again say that Eric Berger, who I follow, who is a space journalist, who's a space expert, he thinks this is, he said, the loss of Starship on ascent during the second flight in a row is clearly a serious setback for SpaceX. But who knows, maybe they'll be able to figure out what happened. So anyways, I really appreciate you guys joining me for this live stream. Fortunately, I haven't yet heard of anyone being hurt or any damage. That could change, of course, but let's hope it does not change. If I hear if there's huge news, we can do a stream on it. But if I hear of stuff in the meantime, I'll post on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. I'll post a link to my X account, so you can follow me there for breaking updates. But I really appreciate you guys tuning in for the launch. I really appreciate you letting me read your comments on the air. I really appreciate a lot of you who have been sending me updates, sending me links to videos, sending me space knowledge that you have, sending me links to the flight radar. I appreciate, by the way, thanks to Flight Radar 24 for letting me show their flight tracker, which is fantastic, flightradar24.com. You can get it there, but I really appreciate them allowing me to use that and show you the different, what's going on with the airports and the different diverted flights and stuff that we saw. And yeah, so thanks for your help with the stream. And yeah, I'll post more if I see it. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. Make sure you subscribe and follow, and turn notifications on. I don't know when big news is going to happen in advance. So if you don't want to miss a stream and you want to get sent a notification whenever we go live, we have a great notification system. It's free. We do it through Discord. Check out our notification system. Sign up for it. A lot of our viewers say the Discord notifications are the most reliable ones. So if you want to sign up for the free notifications, the mods will post a link in the chat, and you can also just find the link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. It's right there. Also, huge thanks to our moderators. You guys are so awesome. Our moderators are why we can have chat rooms. We couldn't have it without our moderators. They have been here during a lot of space coverage today on the channel. So thank you so much to our moderators for being here during our day of space coverage. Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube, thank you. Beth Mythical, all of our other YouTube moderators, huge thanks. Linda Belclary, Misha on X, on Twitch, all of our moderators there. Big Ball of Yarn, Matthew Kohai 3, Mick Britches, Surly Dev, thank you. Also on Facebook, Paula Thompson, by the way, our viewer says, it'll be interesting to see if this one is for the same reason. Yeah, I wonder if it is if it's similar, if the cause is anything similar to last time. I have no idea. Thank you, Margaret Riley, for moderating. Charlotte Webb, Paul Anderson. Huge thanks to all of our moderators. Bud Green, thank you. Thanks to everybody who donated too. Really nice of you guys. Your support is what keeps the channel on the air and allows it to exist. So big thanks to you. I think I thanked everybody. I hope I did. Did I thank some new guy? Thank some new guy if I didn't thank you. There's a couple here I think I missed. Did I thank Dylan Bauman? I think I thanked Dylan. I never saw your video. Well, I would have just posted a link to. Maybe I'll look back and see if I can find it. Dylan, maybe send me the video again if you're still watching. I didn't see it. I tried to look through all my messages, but thank you. Dylan said it was his brother's video. Thank you, Justin Lawrence, for your support. I think I thanked Justin already. Thanks everybody for donating, though. Seriously, I think I got everybody on Twitch too. But if you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But again, thanks for your support and allowing me to do the channel. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, we have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Our Discord chat. It's free. A lot of our viewers like to do it. Check out our Discord chat. It's the same link as the notifications link. So check it out. And also, thanks to our Discord mods. I really appreciate our Discord mods, all of their help with things over at the Discord. And by the way, another good way to know when we're on the air or going on the air is follow us on X. Those of you who are on X, at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live. I post channel updates before we go live. I posted last night. I said we're going to be covering both of these space events today. So it's a good way to get an advance heads up. See, I said planning on covering both the Athena lunar lander moon landing and the SpaceX Starship launch. So follow on X if you want. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. If you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is you got to subscribe first of all. But if you subscribe to us on YouTube, what you got to do is, where is it here? Oops, I did the wrong thing. I'll do it here. Once you subscribe, you got to click the bell. See that bell? You click the bell and then you choose all notifications. Click the bell, choose all notifications. Hey, big thanks to our Facebook subscribers who support the channel over there. Like Eve Richards and Robert Rial II, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Sharon Klassen Gosselin. Oh, Christina Neal was moderating too. Thanks, Christina Neal. I appreciate it. Susan Priest-Buchner, our subscriber. Thank you, Susan, for subscribing. All of our subscribers there. Thanks so much. And our other viewers there like Sarah Smile and others. Also, our Twitch subscribers. Thanks for your support of the channel. People like Wall Street and Shaggy, Fresh Apples, The Sugaro, Chi-Town Bear, Night Owl. Man, I did not think that was going to happen. I was just ready to cover the rest of the stream. I was surprised when that happened today. With the Starship. Allistic, thanks for subscribing. Matthew Kohai 3, thank you. And Pineways. Did I thank? And thanks to Notorious Rob for all your support on Twitch. Thanks Massachusetts guy for subscribing. Thanks Who Shot JR for your support. Thanks Unleashed Fruit for subscribing. All of our Twitch subscribers, thank you. Night Owl as well. And also our YouTube members like Bella Italian, Wickedest Witch, Eric Johnson, Jen's Crunchy Vax, UV Lightning, Beam Me Up, Raina Hood, Dr. McRib, Naomi Nocturnal, Jaybird, Calligram, William Cromer, thanks for being a member. Sean C., thank you. Rebecca Falsetto, John Flick, CAC 813, Space Fraggle, Dr. McRib, Van Gambler, all of our other YouTube members, thank you. Leslie Ladyhawk, thank you. Thanks to our viewers like Shark, Big D Rodney. Unknown Sender says, I really thought they'd land it. Thank you, Steffi J. Eric Columbi, who says it was the thrill of victory in the agony of defeat in today's two events. All right, guys, so we're going to wrap this up. Thank you for joining me. If there's some big news later, we can come on the air and cover it. I'm interested to see what happens in the aftermath of this as SpaceX tries to move forward. Elon Musk has not posted about this, by the way, yet. I just checked at his feed and on his X feed. I don't see anything about it yet. I'm sure he will eventually. All right, guys, that is it. You've been watching our live coverage of the SpaceX Starship launch and the destruction of the SpaceX Starship spacecraft and the aftermath of that. So that is it for now. Thank you for watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.